welcome to ArtCo Drone Solutions. Saturday Night Live, 112, I believe. Welcome to the show. We've got a great show, some big announcements to make tonight. And before I bring in one of my first panelists, I am going to do on this date in history, and then I'll bring him on. And hey, I see James is Magadang Maga, James. So let's get going. Alrighty. Let's skip to 1066. Halley's Comet sparks English monk to predict the country will be destroyed. In 1185, the Battle of Danura, Yoshitune Minamoto's fleet beats the Taira during the Japanese Genpei War. 1288, the Jews of Troyes, France, are accused of ritual murder. 1311, General Malik Kafur returns to Delhi after campaign in South India. 1364, Pope Urban V names John V van Wernberg as Bishop of Utrecht. Alrighty, and that's on this date in history. Let's go to film and TV. 1954, WSEE TV channel 35 in Erie, Pennsylvania, CBS, begins broadcasting. 1955, KFDM channel 6 in Beaumont, Texas, CBS, begins broadcasting. Also in 55, KMAU, now KGMV, TV Channel 3 in Wailuku, Hawaii, CBS, begins broadcasting. 1959, WICD, TV Channel 15 in Champaign, Illinois, begins broadcasting. ABC and NBC. 1962, Massachusetts Institute of Technology sends TV signals by satellite for the first time, California to Massachusetts. 1965, Comedy in Music, Opus 2 closes at John Golden, New York City after 192 performances. 1968, ABC Masters Bowling Tournament won by Pete Taluntas. And in 2010, Christy Turlington's directorial debut, No Woman, No Cry, released in the U.S. And that was on this date in TV. In music. 1946, one-act ballet, The Symphonic Variations, choreographed by Frederick Ashton, with music by Cesar Frank, danced by Sandler's Wells Ballet, debuts in the Covent Garden, London. 1950, Leonard Bernstein's musical Peter Pan, starring Jean Arthur and Boris Karloff, opens at the Imperial Theater in New York City, runs for 320 performances. 1959, Netherlands Dance Theater opens Rudy and Danzig and Cutler Fleer. 1969, Paul McCartney said there's no truth that he's dead. 1982, 27th Eurovision Song Contest, Nicole for Germany wins singing Ein. Boy, I can't read German's spellings. Birchen Frieden in Harrogate. Kelly could probably help me out with that. 1983, Showboat opens at the Eurus Theater in New York City for 73 performances. And finally, in sports, 1880, Amateur Athletic Association, government body for men's athletic in England and Wales, is founded in Oxford, England. 1894, French cyclist Henri Desgranges rides 100 kilometers in a world record time of 2 hours, 39 minutes, and 18 seconds. That's pretty darn good. 1894, Phillies Mavic Cross hits for the cycle versus the Brooklyn Dodgers. 1901, the Chicago White Stockings win against the Cleveland Blues in the first game played in the baseball's American League. 1905, first-class cricket debut of Sir Jack Hobbs, the master for Surrey, versus the Gentlemen of England, 1888. 1905, Senators execute a triple play to beat the Yankees 4-3. 1917, Yankee lefty George Mogridge hits the Red Sox 2-1 at Fenway. 1945, Albert B. Happy Chandler is named second baseball commissioner, and that's on this date in history. So let's get back to our regular program, shall we? Alrighty. So let's bring up my my co-hosts and the first panelist, all the way from Liverpool, New York. Let's welcome Chuck Kovac.
Wow, I'm a co-host. Hey, Art, thanks for having me. You know, on this day in 1982, Jane Fonda released her first workout video.
That's right. Also, I gotta share this. Also,
I'm related to the Fondas. You know, that's in my.
There's a famous actress that we all were in love with when we were young teens back in the day.
Oh, Valerie.
Valerie Bertinelli's 61st birthday.
Well, she's holding up pretty good. Good old Valerie.
Yep, she is. A little on the chunky side, but she still looks good.
She always had some meat on her bones, even back in the day. Valerie Bertinelli.
All right, let's say hello to the folks in the chat. We've got all the way back. We've got Seth. She's a newbie. She's from all the way from the Philippines. Seth of Seth's Travel Vlogs. Welcome, welcome. Jody, Drone Shots. Chris Wedgeworth. Get your Wedgeworth with Chris.
Get your Wedgeworth.
And then there's Lloyd, the Grumpy Vlogger. Yeah. Awesome, awesome. And Kelly Shores. Ray said Drone. And Jerry Bauer. And who else? Oh, and James, my PI Dream, who will probably be joining us after he finishes his waffles. Matt Cundiff. And then we have Robbie RC in Belgium. Welcome, welcome, all the way from Europe. Drone Life RC, welcome, welcome. I hope you got your toffee. Welcome, welcome. And
send it to me. I took it. I intercepted all packages leaving your place now.
Ray Kelly, welcome. Oh, and Michael, no, that's different person. Fly Zone Drones. That's Michael is, totally different channel. And then there's Gary, Brant Ariels. Welcome, welcome. We got a good crowd tonight. Hey, all right. Let's get to it. Let's talk about my big announcement here. Ed, love my drones. Good to see you. There's going to be some changes. I have decided I'm going to be an advocate for the disabled in the drone world. I'm going to be getting a hold of start a program, hopefully start a program at Craig Rehabilitation Hospital. Uh, they deal with brain and spinal cord injuries, help out those great folks there. And also, we have a big VA hospital here in Denver, the Fitzsimmons Army Hospital, which is right here. So I'll be contacting them and getting a program. And this is where you guys could help me out. If you have some drones you want to donate, whether it's GPS or FPV drones, goggles, anything. I want to get these people exposed to drones. So that's the big announcement for that.
Wow.
Also, hopefully by next week, I'm going to have a join button where you could join to be a member of this channel. And there will be 3 different levels. There's going to be the Freebirds level. And then there's going to be the Silver Eagle and the Golden Eagle. And those are, I think I can't remember what the prices are. I think they're going to be $199, $699, and then $19.99. And there's going to be some really cool perks with each one of those different levels. So I'm expanding this channel, and it'll be a lot of fun. So,
wow, all right.
Also want to say hello to Vidar Lervag, all the way from Norway. Good to see you. So that's my announcements, and I'm open to some suggestion. Maybe I could work with Mike Roach, and he could set up something similar over there in his
Syracuse,
neck of the woods.
right here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, you guys should you guys definitely collab on this. It's a really great idea. What about like that FT Aviator thing? That actually works out really great if you have limited why are you laughing? I know the thing's kind of goofy, but isn't it great for limited mobility having the joystick?
Have you seen the Ken Heron? He was not kind to it.
He hated that thing, but if you have an FPV drone with this thing, it's now
something like that. Yeah. Now DJI really went and improved on that, and that'd be something great to have as well to work on that. So
as soon as the drones open up, right now it only works on the FPV, but there's a rumor DJI's denying it, but there's a rumor that it's going to work with the Air 2S.
Oh.
And along with the goggles. That's the rumor.
Well, apparently, I saw somebody got the goggles to work with the
I saw that
Air
too.
2S.
Do you remember the promo video when the drone was first released and they showed it flying through a tent? Do you remember that? And it went zipping through this tent?
No.
Well,
don't recall.
Keith at the K-Spot was like, Chuck, that was done with goggles. And I was like, no, it wasn't. They used 8x4. And he's like, no, that's goggles. He's convinced that, well, if you look at the shot, it does look like they must have been FPV with the goggles, because they thread the needle right through this, basically a tent that was open front and back end.
Mm-hmm. All right, I want to say hello to Michael McReynolds and Tom Tentos. Welcome to the show. Good to see you. And so I've been hearing a lot of really cool stuff about the Air 2S, and also Autel is coming out with their own version of the OcuSync, or the smart
controller. Yeah, it's a spendy bugger though, isn't it? Was it about a couple grand?
Yeah,
it's big money, but it looks pretty nice. It's gonna have Android 9 on it, I think.
Yeah. And I think so.
Yeah.
Now, that would be cool if it would work on the Autel Evo. But
we'll see. I know definitely Evo too, but it would be not. They use the same controller though, Art. So there's a good chance, right? They don't use the exact same controller.
I might have. Yeah, I think they do.
I think they do. which means there's a good probability that that
Ooh, I
device will go
better hold
backward
on
to
to
the.
that then.
Yeah, yeah, it's not a bad bird at all. I've never flown one. I've seen good things, and they're orange. Anything orange is
Yeah.
good. Orange is good.
Yep. Yeah, and then the thing, well, the only downside that I found with it is the zoom is fixed. You can't adjust it like you can with the Air 2, where you could just hold down the button and use the gimbal adjustment to zoom in and zoom out.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
you can't do that with the Autel
Boo. So it's
Evo.
mean it's like basically two different. You have normal and then you have zoom. So it just
Yep.
pops right in.
Yep.
Yeah, you can't transition in. Well, you can do that in
Yep.
post though. You don't really need the
Yeah.
zoom with the
Ooh,
drone. You
thank
can.
you, Vidar. Thank you very much. 200 kroners, I guess that's. Yeah. Norwegian kroners,
Kroners, huh?
which is probably $1.50. I don't
Oh,
know.
stop! It's very nice.
Thank you
It
very
looks
much, sir.
it looks good on
Oh,
paper.
yeah.
Maybe they use actual gold coins art, unlike the United States where we print stuff with like pop metal now, and then put a
Yeah.
little bit of silver or copper on the surface.
You know what'd be cool is if I could take, yeah, kroners equals gold. Yeah.
There
If
you
I could
go.
take Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies, that'd be nice.
Yeah, there you go.
Have it set up to where I could, it could go right into my Bitcoin account and build that up.
So
That'd be cool.
I heard in the news that Sean Oz had some company. I think Ken Dono's in the neighborhood,
Yep,
so he's near
Ken
you guys.
Dono is here. They're,
Yeah,
as a matter of fact, they went skiing today.
yeah. They stopped
Yeah,
by to say hello,
snowboard.
Art. No.
No, I'm down here, down in the, out on the foothills, and they're way up there in the mountains. Yep. Pilot Sharks Hanger, welcome to the show. Welcome, welcome.
Yeah, hi, Pilot Sharks. I was
Cool.
about to write hello.
And Arizona Drone Dude. Cool, cool.
He pre-ordered that thing. Okay, so it's not as bad. It's $11.99. Man, and I thought the smart controller was expensive at $7.49.
Yeah.
That's yeah. So it'd be interesting to see head to head how they compare. Given the smart
Yeah.
controller is 2 years old, so it's kind of dated.
hmm And from what I hear on the smart controller, it has some lag issues.
Not sure what to make of that yet. Yeah, I've heard some
Yeah.
stuff too. I never had lag issues before this last firmware update, and I have not admittedly flown with the Mavic 2 since that .400 update that rolled out with the Air 2S, like what,
Nice.
2 weeks ago? I have to try it out and see what happens. They've
There
had
you
disconnects too. People have said they've had disconnects, which is
Mm.
concerning.
Yeah. Who
Not
was
cool.
it? Someone did a video where they disconnected and they wanted to see what would happen with the drone, and basically the drone just returns to home, I guess. Yeah.
Without any weight, I didn't see that video yet. I'm a little. I'm not big on using return to home. I usually fly them home. I don't like that automated stuff.
Yeah, I use them. Well, with my regular the Mavic Air, I used it quite a bit because that used Wi-Fi, and you get a lot of disconnection issues with that.
It was pretty poor in the signal department. I don't know. They had the antennas in the feet, and the feet folded down, and it was a cool looking drone. I really liked mine when I had it. It looked great, but the connectivity was weak. It was just that's kind of why I sold it. It was like, okay, I can fly it about 15 minutes on a good day, and then I couldn't go more than even
Yeah,
like
but you
about
got
half as far
3
as I could see.
batteries if you bought the Fly More.
Yeah, I bought an extra one on top of it. I have 4 batteries.
Oh, well, shoot, you got an hour right there.
Pretty much, yeah.
And you could do hot swap with it. I've done that.
Yeah, just the range was kind of disappointing. The thing would drop signal and it would chop up pretty fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Still, it was cool looking though, wasn't it? I mean, as far as DJI drones go, there's never been
Yeah.
one before or after that looked like that. It was very streamlined and just cool looking.
Oh, and it came with in 3 cool colors.
Yeah, the red was the best.
Oh,
The
that was the
red.
one I had.
Oh, that was good visibility.
Yep. And then it has the onyx, which is a matte kind of.
That was the satiny black. Yeah, that was probably the most serviceable color, really, when you think about it, because you have to worry about the red. You have to worry about getting a little, like a car getting swirls in it and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the black was.
And then there was the Arctic white.
Yeah, it was like Spark. Remember Spark? The only color you could get for the longest time was white.
Yeah, it does look like the Spark, yeah.
Yeah. I remember I got the orange lava red shell for the Spark because it was you could just take the screws out and change the shell.
Yeah. Well, the one that I have has, I think it came with 3 different colors. The white is the one that I use all the time. And then it came with yellow and blue.
Ooh, blue.
But they've got all kinds of shells that you could swap out for it. Like, I think Kelly Shores, he's got, I think, the Union Jack. Yeah.
I think the FPV drone's going to get some different colored. We'll call it the canopy.
Yeah.
You know, you can right now it comes with the green one in the box. You can change it out if you'd like. I have a feeling they're going to come out with more colors.
Oh, Gary says he's still flying in his Arctic white. Oh, cool.
Yeah, nice. I remember that was a little quieter with the stealth props. They were kind of good on that.
Yeah.
And then
everybody complained about the noise on that. I kind of like it because
you said you could hear
I'm
it.
hard of hearing.
You could hear it.
And when I can hear it, I know it's somewhere nearby.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, with the connectivity, you never have to worry about not hearing it because it was always within audible range. It was so damn loud. It's the flying hornet's nest.
Yeah, that's right.
Do you remember it had the shakes when it first came out? It had the shakes. Remember on the cold weather, you'd fly it and it was kind of like.
Mm-hmm. And I got one of those adapters where you could put a GoPro type camera on the back, and I put what
on the Air.
Oh, I put my SJ cam on it, and boy, that thing just vibrated all over the place. And plus, that camera, well, it picks up the audio on it, and I had to mute the audio on it because it sounded like angry bees like right next to your ear.
Yeah, and it do you remember the silver section on the towards the back of the aircraft had that nice silver section that DJI on it. Mm-hmm. If you took the protective plastic off of it, the prop scuffed it over time in storage.
I see.
It's kind of a bummer.
Well, and the other thing that I didn't like about the original Air was that little door you had to pop open to get to the SD card.
Oh, wasn't that a bear to open up? Yeah. Spark was almost just as bad. Spark had a goofy little trap door too.
And if you weren't careful, you could break that pretty easily.
Well, they haven't learned. It's still the same on the FPV drone. That's just as miserable. It's on the front of
the Air 2, it's got that really nice soft rubber.
Yeah, like Mavic 2s. Mavic 2s have the rubbery stuff too. But yeah, the hard plastic, that's what it is on this dude right here in the front.
Oh, I see.
I think it's probably out of focus because it wants to focus on my eyes. But like, I get it. This thing. Can't get it. Can't see it.
Hello, Michael.
Yeah, anyway. Hard plastic again.
Drone guy.
Same old. Disappointing. Functionally disappointing.
But on the Autel Evo, they use that hard plastic, and boy, you
There's
could
a lot of
break a lot
cracking.
of thumbnails trying to open that up.
The shells of the Evo 2s have had a lot of cracking, a lot of stress crack issues, and I guess they're just cosmetic, but still, I mean, I know guys that have had replaced it once and then had to replace it again.
Wow.
What's up with that?
I I don't know. Is that because the temperature change, or is it the blades getting a little too close to it, or is
I don't
it
know.
getting some torque
I think it's just cheap
problems?
Chinese plastic, is what I think.
Yeah.
Regrind. Remember regrind with records? Maybe it's
Yeah.
regrind for here they're grinding up old Evo shells and turning them into new ones. And the plastic's never the same twice when you melt it down and smush it all together again.
There you go. Oh, the DJI Pro 3. Oh, cool. Okay.
Ooh, Keith was right. Yeah. I lost the bet. That was the bet.
Yeah, that's true, Gary. I need yeah, tweezers or one of these bad boys. Pair of pliers.
Needle nose
Needle
pliers.
nose pliers that
Didn't
reach in there and
somebody put a
pull that
little
out.
clear like a tape tab on it too to pull them out a little easier. Yeah, it never sprung the card out far enough and you couldn't get the damn thing out of there. But you could download this. You could download by just using the USB-C port too, though. You could plug in the aircraft and
Yeah,
get it that way.
that's. Now we were talking about cameras earlier before the show. Uh, this is the Canon
Oh, the DV.
Allura. It's the Allura 40 MC.
I remember those. Panasonic had one kind of just like it. Yeah.
And neat thing about it is right here. It's where you put the SD card in.
Nice.
Yeah.
I wonder if you could put one of those monstrous ones in now, like a 240 gig or something.
Yeah.
256 gig. 256 gig. Imagine.
So I'm
Try
waiting
it.
for the battery and the charger on it. And here's all the controller stuff on it.
I know. It looks like a spaceship. Look at all that stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of controls. Do you really need a battery? Can you just plug it in? Are you just trying to get the footage off of the whatever you have
Yeah.
that's existing? Can you not just plug it in, or you needed a charger because you don't
I
have
need a
one anymore?
charger
You don't
for it.
have an AC. Yeah. Okay.
No.
Yeah, that's a problem. Gotta be able to get the stuff off of it. Power it up to do it.
And here's the little door that covers the. Okay. Hold on.
Can't quite see it. Where is it? By your finger?
Right there.
Oh, okay. Like swings down. It looks like. Looks like it swings down. Is it swipe down?
Yeah. So yeah, so it swings up.
Yeah, it
And,
swings down. Cool.
and it's just a little soft rubber pad that. Hey, there it goes. And it covers it up.
Was that a
like
90s
that.
device, Art? Was that from the 90s?
I think so.
Did you say?
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, everything was silver in the 80s, then it went black, then silver again.
Yeah,
Roundy round.
I had to get this cable so it'll fit on that because I needed a
Is that an SVHS?
male connector.
S video.
Yeah.
It's like S video. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Reminds me of a PS2 mouse connector. We talked about that last time.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
I had
Good,
to
you got
get a
one.
male to male.
Super.
Mm-hmm.
You're not far from South Park. I can say that, right? Super.
Oh, I the Technical Museum.
The Smithsonian wants their camera back.
Yeah.
You should see the one I have from like the early 90s. Yeah, brushed aluminum was my first component system from 1979 was all brushed aluminum with real walnut panels on the side on the receiver and stuff. The good old days.
No, I think Marty McFly had the
He had the
either the
JVC with the
eight.
compact VHS,
Yeah, I think
VHS-C.
that.
Yeah, because I remember Emmett Brown. He's like Dr. Emmett Brown. He's like you have a whole TV studio in your hands or something. Remember it was red too.
Yep, that's right. I remember. And then you had to like, they had to hand wire it to hook you up to his TV.
Yeah, yeah, the black and white TV to play it back in the 50s.
Yep.
Yeah, it was cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But it's the same system though. It was never twice the same color. NTSC. That's the nick. NTSC is the fake nickname for the fake acronym was never twice same color. It's because they could never
Right.
get. My dad used to work for GE TVs back in the 70s.
Oh.
We had one of the first color TVs because Dad, of course, got a good deal on one.
Ah. Oh, and the Kira show says still have my black anodized SAE. Cool. Hello,
Black
Eddie
anodized.
Nunez.
Oh,
Welcome
Eddie's
to the
on
show.
board.
Cool.
Eddie's going to do a
So,
travel vlog, isn't he? Didn't he get a bunch of good footage when he was on vacation not so long ago?
yeah.
Eddie? Just some good stuff to share, man.
Well, that's what I'll be doing when I go to the Philippines. Probably gonna end up doing it in early 2022
Yeah.
because I mean they're still having issues over there in the Philippines. There's another flare up of another. Oh, Michael Blades, welcome.
Yeah, James was saying last week that they have another wave.
Oh,
I
Eddie
guess.
says he's got tons of
Yes,
stuff from the
where is it,
Dominican
Eddie?
Republic.
Get editing. Eddie, get editing.
And Gene Fox, welcome to the show. Welcome. Cool.
We have 31 people
So,
watching right now, Art.
yeah, we got a good crowd.
Mhm.
And when I get over there, I'll have to go visit James, and we'll do a collab while we're
Nice.
there.
In the studio and around
And
town.
Ron Denard, yeah. Welcome.
Going to pick up a wife, Art.
Well, I'm going to go see my girlfriend down there. Well, hey, I
Lon
like your
doesn't.
shirt you got there, Chuck.
Oh,
That's a
thanks. I'm a
pretty cool
walking
shirt.
billboard. It's my logo.
Yeah, I got my Hawaiian on today.
I wonder if I could get a Hawaiian shirt made with my Covaxion K's all over it. That would be cool.
There you go.
Probably look more like pajamas. This is borderline pajama looking, this thing.
Oh, Lori says, am I going to stay? I'm going to be all over the place. I'm going to, I'm going to visit the Fabian clan. That's my ex-fiance's family. Luckily, I'm still on good terms with them and see my godson while I'm there. And then I'm going down to Davao City to see my goddaughter. And then that's down on Mindanao. That's way down the south end of the country. And then I've got to go on the other side of the island to Dipolog to go see my girlfriend. She lives near the beach.
So So you need to vlog this, Art. You need to vlog it, and then you can
Yep,
have like the live map where it shows like the when you're here, it's like go to the next spot, then the next spot, and then the next spot over the girlfriend.
Robbie says, am I going to visit Taal Volcano?
Are you
Well, if I have enough time.
gonna dance on the volcano?
2 weeks sounds like a lot of time, but, most of that is going to be going from here to there. And, let's see, and I haven't figured out how I'm going to, am I going to go from Manila to, down to Mindanao and then visit there and then come back up and then visit there? I don't know. I haven't decided how I'm going to do it. It might be better if I go down south, get that taken care of, and come up north, and then that way it's just a hop, skip, and a jump to Manila.
So you're going south to jump. The girlfriend. I'm sorry. No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Man.
I know. You're gonna fire me as co-host now. It's bad.
So, other than my shirt, have you noticed anything different about me?
You let the old natural come back.
Well, yeah. And what else?
Same background. Did you get a haircut?
No.
No. Microphone's the same. You got an earring?
Trimmed my beard.
Well, that's why. Okay, that's why it's on natural now. Yeah, you cut it all back.
Yep, I shaved. It was getting a little bushy too.
You get the stash though.
Yeah, the stash is still staying dark.
You're keeping the goatee down here. It looks like. Maybe.
Yeah.
Or it's just 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
It might be 7:30 in your time.
7:30 shadow-ish kind of thing going.
Yep. So
yeah, you got some scruff down there, Art. Yeah, a little scruffy. Well, we're getting up close and personal. Yeah, look at that. Yep. Yeah, it's got a little goatee action going there.
Van Dyke going.
Yeah. That's evil. That's evil Art, like on South Park, right? You have the goatee series. Remember Evil Cartman was the good Cartman? He became nice.
Yeah. That is a bunch of tree-hugging crap. All right, let's welcome all the way from Lipa City after he's finished his waffles. It is James.
Hey, good morning, Magandang Umaga, guys.
Magandang Umaga. It's Gabi here.
It is
Gabi. Na. Mana. All right.
See, I got the coffee going. What you got going there, Chuck?
A little wine.
A little wine.
Not much left. Lori probably drank the rest of it. I should ever bring the bottle up, but she probably wiped it out.
I guess it's 5 o'clock somewhere in the world, right?
It's 7:39 in the PM here.
On a Saturday night for you.
Yes, a Saturday night. I'm not the Sunday like you yet. You're half a world ahead of me.
Well, you notice,
almost Art.
You notice I'm way ahead. I'm way ahead of my normal. I tried to get those waffles out of the way as quick as possible this morning because I got so excited by the bait that Art pushed out there about some great announcement. So I wanted to make sure I was there from second number 1 here this morning.
Oh, great.
Well, I told Art.
Yeah, some big changes here, and
well, you haven't talked about big changes yet, right? You're holding.
Yeah,
you did.
He's going to do some really cool disabled stuff out in Colorado, and
I missed.
I'm going to be an advocate
it
for the disabled. Get them introduced to drone flying.
Oh, that's cool.
I think it's a cool idea.
Big rehabilitation hospital here that deals with brain and spinal cord injuries.
Oh, I must have missed that somewhere in between eating waffles, going to get the syrup, or or
Might have
setting
been the
something up.
sound of.
Might have been.
Did you make banana waffles?
Okay,
Or-
no, just
Or,
regular waffles.
or cashew waffles, like the little cashew video. That was pretty cool.
Oh man, I tell you what, I got turned on to something brand new here. You know, there's all these exotic fruits in the Philippines. There's so many things that they have over here that just aren't available or that you don't see. Maybe you can get it. I don't know. But the
I still wait. Who are the M frames? Oh, Dustin, dude. I have the magnesium M frames. Wonder if they were like $300 a pair back 15 years ago, but they're probably like $5 now.
Morning, evening, Gene. Gene, good to see
All right,
everybody.
tell us about the exotic fruits.
Yes, tell us.
Oh well, what I was saying is they have so many different exotic fruits of it, and the one that I introduced the other day.
These are for Dustin.
You can actually get it in.
These are for Dustin. These are Oakley M frames. They're magnesiums. How much? I start the bidding at $200 American dollars. Who wants them?
Oh, what dollars or krona?
Yeah.
No Corona. No, actually, they're not for sale. They're still kind of cool. But yeah. Look, Dustin's like, yeah, those. Yep.
Before I go on any more on my exotic fruit tangent over here, I want to know what do I have to do to qualify and be put in the same category as Chuck as being a co-host on your show? Do I have to do more hours, or do I have to come in on time?
You gotta come in on time. It's time.
Oh man, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's worth.
You gotta
the level. That's a pretty big level of effort there.
I don't know if I'm worthy. Next thing you know, I'll be a producer. I'll have to actually address all the comments and like bring in the sound effects.
Well, you know, if you give some donations to Art, you can be executive producer, because that's all they are. The executive.
I don't want to bribe my way up to the top, man.
To get that name, you know, when they scroll the credits in a movie.
Yeah.
And it says executive producer. There's like 5 executive producers, and it's really only one producer. That he's the one that does all the work. But all the executive producers are just people that put some money into the program. And they sit back, and they're like investors. They're like capital investors, you know. And then they just get their money back.
I was telling Lori earlier after I premiered my new video. I was like, she's like, you know, I think she's watching some other vlog people. She said, they have like a producer. And I was like, yeah. And I'm my own. I do the footage. I'm the pilot. I'm the videographer. Yeah. I'm the editor. I'm the producer. Yeah. I do everything. Well, so it's like James, you said, like, you know, directed by Chuck Kovac, produced by Chuck Kovac, edited by Chuck Kovac, grip Chuck Kovac, dolly grip Chuck Kovac.
I have a full team here doing it. I got me doing the hosting, and then I got my I have my cameraman, this guy right here, my cameraman.
Myself, yeah.
And then I have my audio guy, which is this guy also right here, right?
Me, myself, and I.
Yeah, so I have the whole crew. That's my production team.
I get it. I totally get it.
And best boy, yeah, there's my best boy right there too.
That's what we'll call Chuck. He's best boy.
Yeah,
I'm the bus boy. Yeah.
So anyway, Art, what do I have to do to be the co-host? What do I have to get that title inside there?
I'd rather sleep my way all the lawn. This dude, I'm telling you, the guy doesn't hold back.
I heard that this morning. I said, man, I got to get on earlier, so I'm on earlier. So I got my resume in, man.
Wait, James is sleeping himself to the top, not me, Lon. You got it wrong. James is sleeping his way to the top, sleeping in.
Yeah.
Exotic fruit. So what we were talking about last time.
Cashews.
Yeah, we have just inside the yard. We got the cashew, and I didn't know until I did. So I went to do research, just how to get the nut and be able to eat the nut, because you got to be real careful. I didn't realize there's so much you have to learn, because you can actually kill yourself on some of these fruits over here.
I didn't realize it was poisonous.
Like castor beans.
Well, the cashew nut. Actually, the outside, when you see the big thing on the outside, that's full of these oils that are inside that can actually, if you cut it with the bare hand, the oils will actually give you hot rashes and stuff like poison ivy. It'll do that.
So it's protective. It actually protects the that's a bean, isn't it? A cashew isn't a nut. It's actually
inside,
a bean.
Inside the nut or the bean or whatever you want to call the shell. The shell is the cashew nut itself on the inside. So you have to do things like you can roast them. There's so many ways. Mainly, people take it and they put it on a fire, and then what the professional manufacturers do, they have these really neat I'm not going to invest in it, but they have this like assembly line kind of a thing with a machine that splits that thing on the outside, I think, and then it reveals the cashew nut on the inside, and then they do their roasting, whatever they need to do inside there. Well, I haven't got to that stage yet because I only have like 10 cashew nuts.
Well,
so.
You know what I was thinking.
Thanks, Lori.
Yeah, she and I we watched together.
Well, I know Lori watched it. I know Lori.
No, I did too. I sat there.
I know.
And she was getting a little grossed out by all the little bug bites in the middle.
Oh, did something happen?
No, the cashew thing interested me because I was thinking I love cashews, and I was thinking I have this big,
so do I.
Big freaking 5-pound jar of the things that they sell at the local grocery store, and I'm thinking, damn, I was thinking they were expensive, but considering you have to like take each one.
Everyone.
And how do you shell them and then roast them? I'm thinking, I can't believe they're this cheap. When I think about it that way, the amount of labor.
I don't know what they sell for in the U.S.
$15 for 5 pounds of them.
$15? Well, that's actually pretty well. No,
3
for
pounds.
5 pounds.
3 pounds. 3 pounds.
Holy crap! Because over here, I buy the good ones and it's weird. The good ones are actually the import. Even though they grow. Yeah. There's cashew, especially down in Palawan. If you go down on Palawan, they have. If you stop by on the road that takes you to like El Nido or any of the resort areas, there's only a couple of ways. I mean, Palawan is an island, and there's only like 2 main roads that kind of circle the entire island, which is a lot of the islands are like that over here. Everything from the water and there's like just tiny little access roads and residential area. There's only very few main roads. So they have these rest stops all along, like we would have rest stops on the interstate in the U.S. And you could stop and they have the little sorry stores and restaurants for you to eat to get to your destination. And they sell these nuts the cashew nuts all over the place over there. And they're really not that expensive on Palawan. But here, once you get off of the island, you go here, like on the island of Luzon, the cashew nuts are really expensive. But I purchased locally produced cashew nuts here from Palawan. As a matter of fact, I made a big mistake. I ordered 2 really big bags on Lazada because they were cheap. Well, you kind of get what you pay for sometimes.
What you pay for?
Almost all the time. Well, anyway, they come in and they're not salted. There's no salt at all on it.
Healthier.
And they're already, each one of the cashews already split down the center. Half of the cashew inside there. Which, like, if you get like Planters or some of the big U.S. manufacturers inside to do the whole ones, the perfect amount of salt that's on there, and they must use some kind of like a powdered salt or something. There's a different kind of salt that they use.
Definitely grabs onto them better. It sticks to them.
Yeah. So I'm still finishing off my second bag of the other stuff. But the point was, the imports like Planters or S&R is it's the equivalent to Costco in the U.S. The S&R sells them over here, but it costs for a container. The container's only about plastic container that you can see through, this big, about this high right here. I don't know how many grams that is inside there, but it's $30. $30 for one of those small containers at S&R. So. Yes, Sam. I have a feel.
Wegmans. I go to Wegmans.
Yeah,
it's our grocery store chain.
But what I do, because I'm kind of cheap, S&R has these sales every now and then. What happens when they get to the expiration date? What they'll do, they'll put it for 50% off, and then
thicker ones.
Then I can buy it for. For about 15, the equivalent of $15.
I don't think cashews expire. They don't go bad.
Well, that's the thing. When I get them and it says it expires in the date on it, because they're usually like a year. It'll say a year or something.
They They have to pick a
So
date.
if you get it within 30 days of its expiration, even 6 months after the expiration, it's still really good. Hey, thank you, Dustin. Thank you. Appreciate that a bunch.
Oh,
Great.
it's
Cool,
Mods
yeah.
from Cebu City.
There's something.
Cool.
I love to do it. Oh, speaking of drones, did you see that
Yeah.
little comment? I saw you on Greg. You were on Greg's show yesterday, and I tuned into Greg's show.
Yes.
Drone by Oz by Drone. Oz by Drone.
Oz
yeah,
by Drone, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, and I was trying to stimulate some question and answer inside there, but Greg's show is a little bit different from your show. You're more oriented towards watching the comment section and
Right.
interaction. There's a lot of interaction. Greg's show is more structured as far as content, and he sticks to the content, and he doesn't. But both shows are great, but I like the interaction, and I was trying to. I put some stuff in the comment section because I wanted some questions answered, and I wanted to know, did anybody have any experience with, you know, that the no-fly zone,
Oh, yes.
Geo.
No,
Yo,
yeah.
drone, not no-fly drone, DRONEZ. That software where you can custom tailor some of the software and the capabilities of the drones. I was wondering, and I couldn't get anybody to bite onto that one, so maybe we can talk about it here.
Oh,
Either
you
of you have
to
any?
get a hold of Lloyd Mendenhall. He's here in the chat.
Yeah,
If
Lloyd's
you,
in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does Lloyd
Because
ever
I
come
think
in?
he's the moderator on
Yeah.
Greg's show. He keeps an eye on what's going on in the chat.
Yeah, I love talking with Lloyd. There he is right there.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed your. Yeah, Lloyd. And it had to do with the no-flying drones that they have. You can actually purchase software to do a custom modification of your drone. Like you can change the speed of your takeoff, lift, and down, and you can do other things
Right.
that aren't
Really?
probably quite so. Yeah.
Sketchy
And-
stuff? You mean sketchy stuff to change?
Yeah, well, yeah. There are things in there you shouldn't be able to do, but there are things you should. It's real nice. There are things that
Like
you should be able to
geofencing?
do. Well, you know,
Geofencing has never been a problem for me. I've always managed to
Yeah,
work my way around it. Whether I move or I use Lance like a day or so in advance and get permission to fly, or it's just flat out too close to the airport and it's like, no, can't fly here.
well, my
was-
personal opinion, there are some things that DJI left out, giving you the ability to do, or maybe they do. Maybe I just don't know the software well enough. But there are some characteristics like your ascending and descending
Yeah.
speed that you can do, because they basically have it's like two main roles inside there: regular flying and sport flying. At least on my Phantom. My Phantom, you can go to sport or regular, and I think
That's typical, yeah. Yep. Normal and sport.
and each one of those characteristics, like things like moving forward speed, vertical speed, descending
no
speed, stuff like
limit
that.
drones.
Yeah.
Yeah, by Oz, yeah.
Yeah, no limit drones. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
So
sponsor,
there's some really interesting stuff on there, and I wanted to talk to see if I could speak with people that have had experience with that, because I know they talk a lot about that on Greg's show, about different companies and different software applications to be able to personalize your. That's the word I'm going to use. Personalize.
Yeah.
Personalize to stay
Personalize.
in the context of what I'm trying to get at. But so I was hoping somebody could talk about that. I thought maybe the two of you might have had some experience with that.
I never mess with that stuff, honestly.
Yeah, me neither.
And the ascent and the descent and everything, I'm pretty cool with DJI's built-in algorithms. I've never had a problem with anything.
Yeah. Well, I know sometimes, and I think they do it based on control. I know the descent, because I think the descent under regular mode is about 3 meters per second, or 3 or 4 meters per second. I can't remember which one it is. But sometimes I'd like to come down a lot faster. especially when I'm running out of time
Oh, that's
and my
called
battery
the
set.
rock.
But DJI is gonna bring it down. If you get down to critical battery, it's gonna land. It's not gonna drop out of the sky. It's programmed
Well,
to bring it
I
down.
think it will. I think it will drop out of if you are at say 500 meters and you're down to 1% battery life. I don't think
coming down.
It's coming down one way or the other, but it's not going to come down any faster than the descent limitation that's inside your controller. It'll tell you what your which I think is like on the DJI Phantom 4 Pro, which is mine, under regular, I think it's 3 meters per second. I think the going up is 5 meters per second and coming down is 3 meters per second. But and the reason why, and I'm sure the reason why, again, I'm not the expert, is the key word is controlled landing. Because if you drop too fast, you get instability of the aircraft itself.
I've seen that in sport mode where the drone will kind of it'll
so the configuration,
and
I think you're right. There's a threshold there before you have instability, and I don't know what they use for their window, but it's probably 1, 2, or 3 meters per second is what they probably set their maximum amount or their recommended inside there.
Gravity is your friend. Yeah, it's coming down.
Yeah.
What goes up must come down.
Hey, James, did your aunt and uncle get their package?
I told them, I sent a message out on Wednesday. I said, expect it. Actually, they're not answering any of my email because they're in recuperation mode, but their daughter, my cousin, she went over there and she said, I will let them know that they're expecting it. And she said, thank you very much. Thank you very much. She said for me to pass that on to you. So I will do a follow-up and I'll let you know cool. when I find out about that.
Okay, great.
But she said that I'm sure they'll be real excited about that. And they probably are if they've received it already. But thank you, Art.
But I intercepted all those toffee deliveries that they'd show up here. To work on that again. Just like I got Bill from Coast to Coast Drones freaking takeout. He doesn't know that yet, but it showed up here.
Oh,
just took a couple of days.
Oh, Art, I heard you talking. This morning. Let me see if I can find it. I heard you talking about travel to the Philippines, and I know you don't want to hear this stuff. I know you really don't want to hear this stuff, but I just have to share with you some stuff. We stay on top all. We get
censored them, Art.
We get all the U.S. Embassy Philippines alerts here and everything. And I just want to read. There are two things I want to focus on right now. One has to do with maybe your situation, and one definitely has to do with our situation over here. The first one has to do with travel, and the first message. And I'm just going to quote just a small section out of here. And this just came out a couple of days ago. They're kind of late in their release because it's about to expire in about 5 days. But I have a feeling they're going to renew it because things are not better now since they released this. It's actually worse right now than when they released it. But this one says, the Philippine government has suspended the entry of all foreign nationals through April 30th, 2021. Again, that's 5 days from now. In addition, the number of inbound international passengers will be limited to 1,500 per day, and they're even including their own people when they're talking about international travel. But they have an exemption, and they have a list of people who are exempt from the ban, and mainly it has to do with Philippine citizens over here, and it has to do with and diplomats, foreign nationals, foreign seafarers in green lanes, foreign parents, spouses, and children, Filipino citizens traveling with Filipino citizen. Emergency humanitarian, and a couple other little things inside there. So right now, pretty much no foreigners are coming in right now. And the reason I'm not too optimistic right now is because I don't know if you're following the rate of COVID infections over here, but it's doing a very high rise. It's crazy what's going. Yeah, because
what the variant is it a variant or what's going on?
Well, it's good. They've got the UK variant here. They've got I don't know, but all I know And it's really it's odd because my suspicion, and I worked in the medical career field for a while. Actually worked hemodialysis too. I was a hemodialysis technician for a while, and I'll tell you a story about that in a moment. But the problem is, everybody has to follow the rules. It can't be segmented because you can't have one specific area doing the social distancing and the mask mandates and everything like that, and then go right to the neighboring barangay next city or whatever. And it's usually barangays because the cities are really strict. You won't go anywhere in the city, 100%. You see nobody walking in the city without mask. And if it's for businesses, the face shield on top of the mask, all of the transportation, the jeepneys, the tricycles, wow. They got each one of the seats inside there segmented with big plastic barriers in between each one of the passengers inside there. They're very strict. The city is very strict in the city, but they don't really police up the barangays. You can go into any barangay around here, right outside our gate right here, and maybe 5% of the people are wearing the masks out there. So that's why the rate is going up so high. So so I don't expect that 30 April is going to be lifted anytime soon. I don't know. You said, when did you say you were hoping?
I was hoping early in 2022.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. 2022. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that they have everything. Yeah, we're in good conditions by then. I want
to say hello to Stevie at Capture Life Connection and Ed, Love My Drones, and it is that time of the day. It is time to give away some toffee. All right, let's sit back, ladies and gentlemen. Pick a number between 1 and 50, and we will spin the wheel of toffee.
Pick a good one. Ooh, Chris is one off from me. It's no fair, Chris.
Oh, that means and I got to open up my other browser so I can actually be in
There we go.
You still got people punching in numbers. Hike.
Oh. All right, we'll give you a few minutes and then we'll spin the
my number. We have number theft going on.
No.
I gotta see what number.
No, we're going to go by the first number. Whoever's got that number first is the winner. And here's the caveat. Sorry, folks, but you have to be a U.S. resident.
And you can only enter
Robbie.
One number.
It would
only
cost
one number.
Me a ton of money to ship to Belgium.
Well, no, as a consolation prize, you can send it to me. I'll take it. I accept all toffee shipments.
Well, I shipped that drone to Ireland, and it was like $28. That wasn't too bad, but that's just a tiny drone. But alrighty, let's go ahead and spin the wheel. Sit back and enjoy.
It goes this way, doesn't it?
You know what? I think I forget. Let me bounce this out.
It's backwards.
And bring it back in.
Yeah, it goes. I know. I always go this way, but it's actually this way.
I forgot to put the audio. There we go. Share the audio this time. Yeah, because we gotta have that sound of the wheel spinning. Okay, here we go. Yep. Okay, here we go. And let's spin. And
49, huh? I think
49.
Easy Drone Dude has 48. I don't know if anybody has anything closer. Oh, wait, there's Love My Drone and AZ Drone was first. He had 48. Then 48 again for Love My Drones. Then, nope, Green Fox is 47. So, yeah,
Yeah, AZ Drone Dude, I believe, is the winner.
He was in first.
All right, so you could let me get this out of here. Stop the screen, and I'm gonna go and make myself big. How do I do that?
Make yourself big, like
Oh,
Tom
Look at-
Hanks.
look at-
we'll do that, and then I'm gonna do this.
Chuck, you missed the opportunity for a joke there. What's up, man?
I
You're following me?
passed on it. I actually passed on it.
And here's my email. Send me an email. I think I have your address, but please send it to me anyway. Or yeah. So there's my email. Give me your address, and I'll get that right.
I always
out
get
to you.
dyslexic and read that as cool kid 60. Cool. Not Kahlo.
Alrighty,
Cool.
now
I was gonna say that's what she said, but then I decided not to.
But
Yeah, for better penetration. Oh, Art
I'm-
ignored
Wait a
me.
minute.
I'm trying to set up my show and tell. I always try to bring something to the. I saw something this morning.
Wait a minute.
After I
wait a
woke up.
minute. I'm going back.
He's going back.
Looking at the numbers. Oh wait, I'm going to check the timestamp on this. Because
Darling.
I have seen 49, but yeah, I think that was right after I spun because I was 6:05. Drone Shots got the number, but
Was there
and so
49?
is Gary, but they've got the same timestamp.
Yeah,
but
yeah, I
it was
think they-
after.
That was after.
Yeah.
Because Drone Shots and Brent Ariels did it, those sneaky sons of guns. No cheating.
Yeah, no cheating.
You'll be banned from a toffee win for the next 6 episodes. Remember when the radio stations used to, like, if you won, you couldn't be in a contest again for like
Yes,
6
that's
months or
right.
something? It's horrible.
Oh, some of these talk shows, you can't call in for something like 2 weeks or something. Yeah.
Yeah, you get timed out. You could put time out after you.
Otherwise, it'd be the same guy calling every day.
There's a radio station here in Syracuse, 95X, and they have like the same group of people that call in all the time, and they're like, they all know them by name when they call in.
Yep.
They all have nicknames, kind of like on here. You know, we all have handles with our channel names and stuff.
Yep.
It's like that. It's pretty funny. Back before COVID, when I used to have to drive to work
What's-
40 minutes. Yeah, what is a radio? It was actually live radio. It was kind of fun. Like I said, I drove 40 minutes to work each way, so the morning show was kind of fun. You get to listen to it, like a lot of it.
Now everybody's on iHeartRadio or some app.
Yeah, this was cool. This was real people. You can like, hey, you call in right now, whatever.
Yeah, I like that. I like having the streaming radio stations because we stream. You kind of led right into the next thing I wanted to talk about. They kind of stream.
Perfect segue. Nice.
Yeah, they stream from our local channels in Charleston, and it's nice. You know, I love retiring in the Philippines, but sometimes we want some of things from back home. We want stuff like that. So I listen on Tuned In. Tuned In is one of those streaming like iHeartRadio, and
Right.
we listen to Tune In all the time. And one of my favorite stations, and I'm going to plug them, is Chuck FM 101.7 in Charleston, South Carolina.
How come
They
I'm not
play-
getting royalties on that? What's up with that? Where are my checks?
Yeah, as co-host, you should be getting that, right?
It's Chuck approved, so that should be like.
So anyway, I listen to Chuck FM, Chuck FM. They play classic rock mainly from my what I remember from the 70s and the 80s.
Right.
Sounds like my kind of station, man.
Yeah,
What is this
you should- Chuck FM 101.7, and the best time to listen is actually today. I don't know, because every radio station has different DJs that they put on there that spin. although they're directed to
Greenville?
spin
I
what's
found
that?
it. I found
Charleston,
it. South Carolina.
Charleston,
Greenville.
Charleston,
It says
South.
Greenville.
Is it Greenville? No,
Yeah. No, it says permanently
no,
closed. Oh shit. Where's
no, Charleston. This is about because it's the Charleston Radio Group.
Okay.
It is. Let's see. WAVF FM 101.7.
Got it. We
Got
play
it?
everything. Live
And
music is back at the Firefly Distillery in northern Charleston.
yeah, so we'll be
Listen
turning
live.
it on. We will be turning it on when we get done with this because we stream it around the yard. Remember, we have 4 speakers for our landscape around the yard, and all Sundays are relaxing day, and they play some of the.
So if it's Chuck FM, it's got to be good.
So but did it regardless?
Of course. Anything
Regardless,
marked as Chuck is good.
So
Just
what I
kidding.
was getting at, Chuck, was Ness and I sit back here on a Sunday. Sundays are real relaxing day, even though we're retired. Well, I'm retired. She still works, but we try to associate with chill day. I try not to do any projects. It's just laziness, hanging around the pool. We usually order stuff out for lunch, and we just chill around here. So from the Chuck FM, we were sitting here. This is a few weeks ago, and we're listening to it. And there's this one DJ, and because I've been listening to them every week now, and it's consistent. Sunday for us, which is Saturday night your time. Whoever the DJ is, they spin the exact songs that I always say are my top 10 songs that I like listening from that era, from that genre of music. And so I wrote into the station. So I wrote in, Lloyd. Anyway,
Yeah,
so I wrote into the
couldn't even type
station.
it right. Couldn't type it right. Failed on the execution. Yep.
So I wrote
Yeah,
into
you
the
wrote
station.
into 'em?
Yeah, I wrote into the station, and if I see something good, I always, if I don't like something, I usually just stay away from it. I don't even say anything. But if I like something, I like to give people kudos because it makes them feel good, and it makes me feel good that they're doing something that makes me feel good. So I wrote a really nice letter, and I let them know that I am a transplanted Charlestonian over here in the Philippines, and I found out that I could stream their music up here, and I said, whoever your DJ is on Sunday, I don't know who that person is. I said, but I got to tell you, they play some of the best music from all the DJs that you got on there. And then I got a email back from the program director for Chuck FM. Yeah, a real nice response back to him, and he said, thank you for all this and blah, blah, blah. It's the same kind of thing that I would do when people write to us on the channel. I like that he took the time. To respond, and we had a little bit of dialogue going on there. So anyway, Chuck FM, Chuck.
These are for Lon. You want the Oakleys, so it's my other pair of M frames. Redundancy. You have to have 2 pair always. Damn, these things are old. Can't believe they haven't broken yet.
Oh, I have to share something. Remember, we always do show and tell, right? And one of my responsibilities to you, this is what I found sitting when I woke up this morning, sitting on our lanai outside of our bedroom window, and I'll try to zoom in on it. Let me try to zoom in on it. We have some really exotic birds over here.
Oh, cool.
What is that?
I don't know if you can see the colors on this bad boy.
Yes,
Blue.
look at that. It's awesome looking. Blue with the white vest there. Wow. What is that?
Yeah. I don't know, but
mina.
it's native. If you look it up, I've seen it. I don't remember the name of it. I've looked it up before, and
I think it's a
just,
type of mina.
It's a bird that's normal for over here, and we have some very colorful. That with this type of blue, the very royal,
very nice
navy blue.
Yeah, it's a nice blue.
Mm-hmm.
And then we also have. I don't have a picture of it because this particular bird that I showed you just then, is one that normally you can't get anywhere close to. But we had the zebra blinds up, so it's like he couldn't see us behind it, and I put the camera behind it, slowly put it there. Was able to capture that picture. It's not that good because it's going through a window and it's using my iPhone and everything like that. But there's two birds here that here all the time. It's that one and one that's a very bright yellow, very bright, white with the yellow, just like that, the opposite colors that I've never seen inside the U.S. There's a lot of tropical birds. Of course, we're in the tropics.
So the bird you just showed, it had a pretty long beak.
It has a long beak, a very long beak.
Now, is because like Lori commented earlier, I don't know if you guys saw it, but Lori was wondering about when you were eating the cashew fruit, it had a lot of like pock marks in it, and she was like, "Oh my God, James is gonna eat a worm. He's just biting right into that, hammering down on it." I was like, "Oh, ew, no, he's gonna eat something to get protein." But is that from a bird like that, basically pecking at it?
No, those weren't holes. If you could have had the opportunity to get close enough to look, they're just like brown spots on the outside. Any of them that do have holes in it, I won't eat that. Or what I'll do is I'll cut into it first to see if because normally the biggest problem we have over here with insects are there's types of flies over here. They'll make a hole and they'll
lay their eggs in there.
They'll lay their egg and then there'll be a larva inside there. And that's the biggest problem I have with protein. That is with tomatoes in the early season. If you start growing tomatoes around December or January,
right.
The insects for some reason they really like anything that you grow. But if you wait just few months. Like right now, I can plant the same exact tomatoes now that I did back in January, and I can get them. I can get them full whole with no insect infestation. But if you do it earlier, for some reason, I don't know.
Maybe it's just that there's more sources of there's other things for them to use for
to eat. Yeah,
eat or use for eggs or whatever, lay for eggs in whatever.
I don't know. I don't know if it's a climate kind of a thing, because remember in December, just our climate here is just like in the U.S., except not nearly as varied. In the wintertime here, December and January here, our temperatures are probably anywhere from about 70. The coldest is about 72 in the morning, early in the morning, and then it gets up to about 85 in the afternoon. And then that's our coldest temperature. So then it gets warmer, of course, during as it approaches spring and summer, like right now. But maybe that's why the insects go more towards your vegetable garden in the wintertime, because it's cooler and it's something in their DNA or something like that.
There's something to be said for timing.
Oh, but you saw the garden and the yard when I put the rice hull and the chicken manure down.
Yeah,
man, everything.
Get rid of all the freaking dog, all the green stuff from the dogs, from all that extra nitrates. So you level it out.
I need to take a picture. I said
that was kind of gross too, James. Honestly, that was kind of gross. It's like he's digging through chicken shit, basically. I thought that was kind of gross. Hey, I swear, but
it's a fact of life. And if you're a farmer, obviously you're not a farmer. If you're a farmer, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's normal stuff. You'd be surprised at the differences between the way life is over here and the way life is in the U.S. But we in the U.S. we're like, oh, that's gross. Oh. And over here it's like, what are you talking about? That's like normal.
Did it stink? Because we don't have smell-o-vision, so we couldn't smell the manure. Was it stink?
Ray was just talking about the blue herons. We have Charleston has so many of the blue herons. We have so many, and we have the same problem. The blue herons, they eat up our koi. Well, we don't have any koi anymore. They're all. That's from almost 2 years of. I'm sure they didn't survive 2 years being on their own without being fed or anything like that. So anyway, but the blue herons do that. They go and they have a long beak, and they dive down and it's like they go spearfishing with their snout.
I used to have to watch the pelicans off of St. Thomas on vacation. The pelicans would come in and
bam.
It's awesome watching those things. I wish I had a high frame rate camera back when I was in the Caribbean.
Well, you know, what I did to combat that is I put in one of those fake dummy plastic blue herons, because a blue heron, if it sees another blue heron...
Really? It's a decoy.
If it sees another...
Deterrence.
It is. Well,
like a scarecrow.
let me explain a little bit, and I'll tell you more about that.
Yeah.
There's a
Sorry.
good, bad,
I'm
and
excited.
good side and a bad side to that decoy we were talking about. During non-mating season, it works perfectly because
No.
the characteristic of blue herring, they're territorial, and if they
Okay.
see something, they will not go if there's another blue heron in that area. But during mating season, it's the opposite. They're attracted to whatever that they think is the blue, especially if it's a female that they think it's
They're
a
all
female.
horned up.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, gonna get some action.
Hey,
Action.
Hi
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
So then
Let
then
me-
it comes
penetration from the blue heron.
Yeah. So I had
Well, let's talk
had that
about
issue.
Woody.
yeah, Ray. Well, it was probably mating season when they landed right next to it.
It's the Ken heron. That's what it is. Yeah, we talked about the woodpecker before. The woodpecker during mating season, the male will intentionally pack on aluminum siding on houses and stuff to get attention.
Oh, and they're loud. The woodpeckers.
Oh, dude, it was doing it.
Woodpeckers in Charleston. It sounds
Yeah.
like a jackhammer.
Yeah, it was doing it
they're
at
going-
like 6 o'clock in the morning every day for like 2 weeks
Yeah.
until it finally gave up that our house wasn't the best bar in town, so went hopping to another one to find chick elsewhere. Literally.
Yeah, we don't have that I know of. I don't think they have woodpeckers over here. I don't think they have that type of bird. We just got
Yeah.
lots and lots and lots of reptiles.
Speaking of birds, Art noted we were going to talk about the Air 2S. And James,
Yes.
you've been shopping for a new drone. Did you
Why-
read up on the Air 2S?
I did, and I'm starting to get really excited, and I have a feeling I'm starting to be swayed more towards that area. And when I was doing my research, I'm also doing comparisons. And when I looked at that No Fly Drones website, because I read every inch of information on that website.
No
And
drones.
because what you have to do if you want to use that No Limit Drones modification on your drone, you have to make sure that you have a compatible firmware on your drone. And lucky for me, I didn't upgrade my if I wanted to try that software, that modification, I have the
You were
very
doing that?
latest firmware on mine before DJI locked it down to where you can't change anything on it. That doesn't give you the ability to roll back. Basically, DJI's new firmware makes it
One way only. Up.
unlikely that you would be
No
successful
down.
in rolling your firmware back and
Yeah.
making any modifications to their stuff. But I have the very latest because I haven't upgraded my firmware since way before the about a year before the pandemic started. So early 2019 was my last firmware update, and that coincidentally is the very latest firmware that you could take advantage of their software. So, but what I did notice that's a disadvantage. I'm learning more and more about the characteristics of each one of the drones. Is the Phantom 4, Phantom 4 Pro, Phantom
Mhm.
4 Pro Plus,
Mhm.
Phantom 4 Advanced.
Advanced, yep.
You can, I think it's the Phantom 4 Advanced. I'm not sure about the Advanced, but the other ones, the model I have, the only thing that you cannot do with their modification that you can do with the newer models, the Mavic, all the other models that they have, is you can actually adjust your the power for your connection for the controller to the drone itself, the strength of the signal. You can't do that because it's light bridge is being used, and you don't have the ability to change the light bridge signal. They haven't figured that out. But with the newer one, what's the OptiSync? I think is OptiSync. OcuSync.
Now it's OC3 is the new one. They're just
Yeah,
dropped
OcuSync.
OcuSync. Now it's abbreviated like
You can-
KFC. OC3.
Yeah, you can change the power on that, although it's probably not legal FCC wise to be because I think they have to stay within a certain threshold limit so that you don't interfere with anything else, any other frequencies in the range. But you can't do that. You can't do that. That's the limitation of the Phantom 4 Pro. You can't do that with that one. That's the only thing on all of the things that you can change.
I think the Air 2S looks pretty good for.
I'm looking at that. I'm telling you,
the field of view is 22 millimeters, which is huge wide. It's so wide that in like master shots, it actually gets props in the shot. But if you just fly it normal, I guess not so much. So.
Well, you remember my criteria for my next upgrade, my next purchase had to do with the distance you can fly. Had to do with the quality of the camera.
Yep, 1-inch sensor without a mechanical shutter, but still a 1-inch sensor with a 20.
The quality of camera. Those are the two main things. And it looks like they're pretty much covering that on the new model.
And it's light. Thing only weighs a pound. Was it 1.1 ounces? Or 1 pound, 1 ounce. That's what I meant to say.
So what light, I found out,
portable.
It'll use the same batteries that the Air 2 uses.
It's using the same batteries,
which is kind of cool.
Kind of cool, and it'll use the smart controller if you have one, which is also very cool.
Yep.
Yeah, I really, and that's another thing is I like the drones with smart controllers. I'm sold on a smart controller on the Phantom. It's
if you already have one, if you already have it, then you can still use it.
Yeah, but it's light bridge though.
Yeah. I meant if you already had a smart controller. If you already had the smart controller, you can use it.
It's light bridge.
You just have the Phantom. You just have the Phantom.
I have the Phantom. Yeah, so I would have to pay the extra bucks and get the newer the controller.
I was confused because James only has the one Phantom. He doesn't have anything on the Mavic or the foldable lineup.
No.
That's his only drone.
Well,
yeah. I only have one drone. What? Who only has one drone? I'm looking at one here, and there's
a poor fool.
There's like this one, and then there's just this one, and then there's two more hiding, and I don't have many compared to like some other dudes. They have like a whole fleet, but
well, it was like for me, swimming pool or drone.
Drone. Pool's work. Drone's fun.
Well, pool is
clean the pool.
It's not too bad.
I'm kidding. If I lived where you live, I'd have a pool also.
I tell you what, that is probably my number one best investment.
It's
here
24,
in this area right here.
7 where you
365,
are.
365, 24/7. Yeah. And it does not. I will tell you the maintenance. I went out there this morning. I noticed that my pH was. I super chlorinated it last night. It basically like a shock. And this morning. This morning I looked at because I don't know if you have a pool or not, but
look, Lori's comment, no pool. She's mad at me.
One affects the other. Whenever you put like a pH balancer in, it affects your chlorine. Whenever you put chlorine in, it affects your pH balancer. But it's relative. I mean, I've only owned this one. We finished it first week in December, January, February, March, April. So we've had it for 5 months, so almost a half a year now. And the minimal amount of cleaning that I have to do, and every day, it's simple. It takes 10, 15 minutes to add some chlorine, and every once in a while add some pH balancer. But it's really not that difficult. It's not that difficult. Even cleaning in this environment right here, because I jump in the pool when I'm cleaning. So I'm playing in the pool, and I have a brush cleaning some of the tiles and stuff like that. It's a pleasure. It's not a problem at all. So again, one of my best investments.
That's cool. Yeah, here we're in the middle of New York State where it's winter half the year.
Yeah.
And it's summer for like 3 months out of the 4. It's kind of a lot of work. I mean, I guess.
Yeah.
I hardly get to drive my sports car for that same reason, so I don't know if I want a full too. And I don't like washing it like I used to, because now it takes like cleaning the pool, washing the car. It still works.
Oh, oh yeah, I remember. I remember when I was probably in, I'm gonna say teens and 20s, when I had my first car, and then when I had my first when I had my first new car, I remember. I mean, I would probably wash that thing twice a week. When I waxed it, I remember I used to work at the fire department, and that was one of my first jobs. I was a firefighter, and when you're not cleaning the truck, you're not cleaning the station, and you're not fighting fire. When you're not fighting fire, it's behind the fire station. I was back there washing, and then I literally would wax my car 3 times. I'd wax it, then put a second coat over it, wax it, and just build up the layer. And people say, and I would wax. You know, when you open up the hood, up underneath inside the hood, I would wax.
I did all that too.
You did that? I knew.
Yeah. In the door jams and all. Well, that's because the car was the fishing lure. That's what we used as bait to get chicks. It was the car. The car was the bait.
Yeah. So I mean, good. And now,
was that an Edsel James?
Oh, that's harsh, man. Mine was a Beretta GT.
Now, actually, you want it?
Relatively new car was a Beretta GT.
Oh, you were upgraded, man. You don't want to know what my first car was? My very first car, and I actually bought it. I bought it before I had a driver's license because I was working since I was 13.
It wasn't my first car. You tell me your first car, James.
My first car was a 1963 Corvair.
You had a Corvair?
Yeah, that's a cool car.
I had a Corvair.
They're cool. I know Ralph Nader hated them, but that's a cool car. That was the predecessor to the Fiero. That was a mid-engine in the back and everything.
Yeah, until Nader. Nader
ruined it. Yeah.
Oh, ruined it. The consumer advocate.
My mom had one.
But that was such a cool car. And
good traction because the engine was sitting right over the back wheels, man.
Well, I'll tell you a little story, and I'll try to keep it little. But I actually earned I earned the money. I remember
those. I remember Jerome Sykes' first car, Datsun B210. My buddy rebuilt one of those and painted it in his garage. Yep.
And they rusted to pieces.
That's why he had to repaint his garage. It was half plastic. His car had more plastic than my Vet.
Yeah, the early 70s and mid 70s Datsuns, they were even the earlier Hondas when they first came out. The Honda Civic,
they rotted right out. The strut towers came up to the hood.
74, 75, 76. It just rusted like I know because I bought a 7. That was my first new car. Was the 76 Honda Civic. Anyway, my first Corvair. I saved up enough money. My dad worked part-time as a welder, building those big trash containers that you see behind like Walmart and everything like that, the commercial containers. Right. And he taught me how to weld. He brought me in with him on the weekends, and he taught me how to weld. And where I did that, a guy had 2 junk Corvairs on his site. One was a convertible, it was a Spider, and one was just a regular Corvair, but the Spider was just rusted out. It was a piece of garbage. Yeah. But there were parts on it that were still good. And the other one, the engine ran.
One car out of 2.
Yeah, the one car, the engine ran, but like the instrument cluster was all jacked up and everything. So what I did was I pulled the electronics out of the Spider
to make one.
Yeah, and because the Spider had a tachometer, the regular one did not have a tachometer inside of it, and so I did that on my free time. And it didn't cost me very much. I think I paid $300 for the car. I think it was 300. $300 I paid for it. But $300, and I think that was 1970. I'm going to say 1971, 72, 70.
That was pretty 71. Decent money because a brand new, I think my parents' 1980 Chevy Citation, that was my true first car, was that hand-me-down. I think that was $1,200 new or something. No.
What year? Wait,
1980. It was like $3,000. No. It was like $3,000. It was like maybe $3,000.
My Honda Civic. I paid $2,900 for $29,965 or something. Yeah. I used that, and that was in 1976. a brand new Honda Civic, 29.9.
And I
Just
think
under 3,000.
my first really cool car was the Citation. That was another fine craft from Chevrolet. Remember,
like
because the Corvair, then the Vega. Remember the Vega, that oil burning pile of crap. And then
that was let's talk about oil burning. My Corvair, and it definitely for a like a 14, 15-year-old boy, that was a chick magnet at the time. But that was my chick magnet. And I had actually had my girlfriend in the car with me. And what I had done, I had put headers on this Corvair, and to give it a little bit. And the engine in the Corvair is upside down. The heads are at the bottom. Okay, so there was always a problem, which probably contributed to one of the things that Ralph Nader said it's a hazard.
Really?
The oil, the covers. No, the over the heads. You on a normal car, you have the head, then you have the cover where you put the oil in. The little covers that go over there. They were underneath. They were at the very bottom of the Corvair on the engine.
I didn't know that actually.
Yeah. So when you it's like when you change the oil, or if you have to do any like valve work or anything like that, and you have to take the covers off, the head covers off. There's a gasket. There's a gasket on there.
Yep.
Well, the Corvair was valve covers. They're phenomenal for leaking around the gaskets.
All
on
Chevy
there.
valve covers leak.
So me being the teenage genius, wanting that loud sound of the rumble on a Corvair, but it's like what the kids did with the Vegas. As a matter of fact, the Vegas.
Well, we all changed the muffler and stuff. Was always to make it noisier. Again, this is the whole drawing. It's like the woodpecker pounding on the side of the aluminum. It's like
the exhaust from the headers went underneath the valve covers. Then the valve covers would leak. They would leak oil onto the hot muffler.
You get a nice little fire going.
Well, we're driving down. Me and my girlfriend were driving down the road. We were driving
oil. Let's welcome Adrian Mateo.
Hi, Adrian. Morning, Adrian. I just have to finish. Let me just finish. It's just like 10 seconds. So we're driving down the road. My girlfriend says to me, she says, your car's on fire. I said, what? And I thought she was joking. We were laughing. I'm like, then she wasn't laughing. I was like, she said, your car's on fire. I said, what? And I turned around and looked, and the engine smoking. All the smoke is coming inside
fire extinguisher.
So I had a bucket. I had a bucket in the back seat. I was prepared. I was like a Boy Scout. I had everything in the back. So I had a bucket, and luckily, Charleston gets a lot of rain, and there was a ditch. We have ditches all over the place. So I went to the ditch, scooped up the water, and I was my own fire. That's probably why I ended up becoming a firefighter later on. I saved the car, but I didn't save the girlfriend. So there's a story to be said there.
There's another story. Well, my buddy, when I was in engineering school, my housemate Terrace, he had a 79 Thunderbird. Remember when they were huge? Remember the great big Thunderbirds got massively, stupidly land-boatish big? He had one.
Like the Mercury Park lanes and all, yeah.
Yeah. So he had one, and it sprung a leak, an oil leak, and it dripped down on the header, and it lit up. But Terrace, good engineer that he is, like me, he always carried a fire extinguisher in his vehicle, so he put it out and then fixed the oil leak. But his car, so there's a fire extinguisher in every one of my vehicles now for that reason, just because I always have one. Why not? It's like
that's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Have it. There's just put it somewhere in the car where it's accessible and you can get to it quick, and it's like a cheap. Just throw it in there.
Yo, Adrian, what's up,
Adrian?
Man?
Nothing much, but I'm just here relaxing.
Did you get your new cable for your goggles?
Yes, I actually did. I need to go ahead, and I even got the a patch strap for my goggles too.
You got the fat strap.
Yes, so is that the iFlight?
No, it's stickers. It's the stickers one from.
No, I understand, but I'm saying it's the same.
Oh no, I got it right from them. What about iFlight? What?
No. Mine, the name brand is iFlight. The letter I, then the word flight on it. Is that the name brand of that one?
No, it's actually Fat Strap. It's the
Oh,
Fat
okay.
Strap.
Okay.
I thought they were located in Florida, though. Aren't
Well,
they?
I got mine off of Amazon. I did not. They were not in Florida. They were somewhere.
Hmm.
It got shipped out of me. I think it came from Wisconsin, I believe.
Okay. Well, regardless, it's a big improvement for sure over the
Yeah.
OEM strap.
I actually did something cool as hell to my to my goggles. Like you know how people like to put stickers on it.
You put a skin on the front of it.
No, I don't have none of that. I mean, I do have a kit of a skin, but I'm not gonna put that. You'll see when I make a little video of it. You'll see it.
All right. Looking forward to it.
Okay.
There's the bait.
I know. I'm waiting.
There you go.
I'm waiting.
Yeah. I do have a question for you, Art. Obviously, I came late to the show, but
Right.
on your thing it said that you have a big announcement. I missed it, so do you mind going over?
Okay.
Adrian,
Well,
Adrian,
number-
you lost your co-host position, man. You can't come late to the show.
Got you.
Well,
Yeah, you guys.
I'm going to be kind of an advocate for disabled drone flyers. I'm going to introduce drone flying to disabled people. We have a big rehab hospital for brain and spinal cord injury. And I've done some work at this hospital before with wheelchair rugby and wheelchair basketball. So I'm going to get a hold of them and see if I can set up a...
Sorry.
well, thank you, Adrian.
Okay.
Drone,
You know, bust out in the chorus, the choir
I
thing.
hope I don't get a
Sounded good.
strike on
Copyright?
that.
All right, it's not long enough. We're okay.
I couldn't even tell what that one was.
I mean,
okay.
I don't think it will. It's just a ringtone for my phone. It's not like I intentionally play music, you know.
Oh, okay.
YouTube doesn't care, but I don't think that's long enough to be a problem. You can get away with a few seconds.
So I'm going to be doing that. And there's a big veterans hospital here where I could get with them and start a program with them as well. And also, there's going to be a new feature on this channel where you could be a member.
It's really
So
cool.
hopefully next week I'll have that all set up where there's 3 levels. There's the Freebird level, and then there's this Silver Eagle, and then the Golden Eagle is the top tier. And I believe I have them at $199, $699, and $19.99. So,
Got you.
and they'll have
I'll be right
different. All right.
When you said $16.99, you see he took off really quick.
Yeah, I'm in droning on, and I don't think the top tier is that much as your top tier, but he has the Discord and stuff. What are you going to do to bring us in? What kind of...
Well,
have you been thinking about it, Art? What are you going to do for
I'm
the cool stuff?
I'm going to do some comedy. I'm going to have some comedy videos. And that's where you come in, Chuck. I'm going to send you all these tapes, and hopefully I can
That's
get
pressure
some
now.
gems
Better
out
work.
of that.
So basically, your channel is gonna be
Okay.
fully monetized, pretty much. Am I saying the word
Yeah.
right?
Well, it's
Monetized.
monetized right now, but this will just add another
Like you just
level.
take it to another level. Okay.
Nice.
Well, that's
And
Yeah.
another
that's
one,
awesome.
I'll do bloopers from my drone videos. You know how...
It's like command com there, Adrian. Oh, look, he's got food, too. He got
now my wife,
Bill's food from Washington.
Oh,
Look, it
there
made
we
it to
go,
Florida.
Bill.
I got
There's your food right there. We know where it went.
all right.
That was
Sorry,
so great when
Lori.
that happened. That was so great when that happened to Bill. I know he's probably grumbling about it if he's watching right now. I haven't seen him in the chat. He would chat immediately.
You can't beat live streaming.
All right, so look at Lori. She's like, "Who's gonna send Toffee with the tapes?" Well, of course he probably is, but we're not gonna ask him that. Oh shit, we just did. Anyway, You can if you want to, Art. We won't complain. Unless you want to send it to Bill instead. Then it'll still come to my house.
By the way, Art, I'm proud of you, man. That's pretty good.
Does that say Bill on top of it? Is that what,
is
you should
probably
wrote Bill and Sharpie on top of that here and tipped it towards us.
Food.
Yeah, for Bill.
Cool.
But it made it to Florida.
Hey, Angela. Welcome to the show.
How you doing,
Good
those
to see
girls? So, Art, I was busy. Sorry I came late to the show.
All right, go fill that pie hole, and
Yes.
Bon appetit.
and you have a good show as well. Your show is going to be starting in what
15?
about 15 minutes?
15 minutes.
Right?
Yes, if you don't mind, Art, for everybody that do not know on the live stream, I mean on the chat, my live stream Saturdays, 9 p.m. Eastern time if you want to join.
Okay.
Art, you know you have your link already. Chuck, you do too. James,
Nice.
I'm gonna put my. Hey, do you mind if I put my email in the chat for James if he want to join?
Private chat? Yeah.
You know what? I'm about to put it
private
right
chat. Private. Okay.
There you
I'm
go.
looking.
Yeah.
I'm looking for it.
Oh, look, Jane Fonda's first workout video is still there. April 24th, 1982.
There you go.
That's right.
I got
Hey, James, it's right there. If you want to
I
send
got
me
it, man.
Got it, yeah.
Thank you. Have a good night, guys.
All right. Take care, Adrian.
Around the chat.
All
See
right,
you later.
Gary, good seeing you, man. He's a good dude. He had a problem with the cable on his goggles. The cable where it goes into the battery. They were only a week old, and this cable on his broke right here.
Oh, wow.
That's why I have this little stress relief on mine because of Adrian, but it's not even doing its job. So I think he had to go back to Best Buy and return them and get another pair. I hope it seems like it worked out for him. But yeah, after a week, the cable broke. But there's a lot of stress
All right,
on that
let's
cable.
welcome from your neck of the woods. It's from Syracuse, New York. Let's
I know
welcome
who that is.
Mike Roach.
Hey guys.
Hey,
Mike.
Mike.
Hey Chuck.
See, now this is the collaboration you were talking about earlier, Art. It's got the Art and Mike collaboration here.
There you
What-
go.
I
Coast
heard
to
something
coast.
about an announcement.
So,
What was that announcement again, Art?
Oh, yes, I was going to be an advocate for the disabled in the drone field,
Yeah.
where I'm going to, we have a big rehab hospital here for, brain and spinal injuries, and
For my
I've done
people.
work with them before, and
You dudes.
I'm going to start hopefully start a program with them, introduce those folks or the patients to drones.
Is that Craig Hospital?
Yes, it is.
Right. Cool. I know one guy who went there, and who lives here, and my physical therapist, when I had my injury way back in 1978, she had just come to Syracuse from Craig Hospital.
Oh, okay.
So they really know their stuff because she was the one
Yes.
everybody turned to in physical therapy. How do you do this? How do you do that? And also, she was like a drill sergeant when it came to give me 5 more reps and stuff like that. So I loved her. She was great for me. So that's pretty cool, Art.
Art,
Yeah, so
does anybody you could take the super chat money and use it towards buying like maybe an FPV drone with
There
that
you go.
motion controller for the group.
well, and that's
seems like
why
a really
I'm
cool
adding
drone.
The members button.
Yes.
Which hopefully I'll have that on the next show next week, and you'll be able to join, and so members will have access to videos and all kinds of neat stuff.
You make T-shirts too, Art. You make some pretty cool T-shirts.
Yeah, I get. I've got a Teespring set up.
Yep.
So-
Yep.
Oh,
Teespring.
hey,
That's
we got
where this
another
came from. I
guy.
made this on Teespring. It's a crazy
All
ass
the
shirt
way
that I have
from
on.
San Diego, California. It's welcome, Steve. SC Aerials. Hey,
Hey,
Steve.
Steve.
Art,
Oh,
Morning.
Chuck, James,
Evening.
Michael,
Hey.
how are ya?
Wow,
Oh,
we're up
yeah.
to
Pretty
5.
good.
This is
Man, you got a full house here, Chuck.
no, he's got room for one more.
Art.
Yeah,
Yeah,
actually,
that's
it's afternoon still for us.
Oh, is it?
Oh, that's
You
right.
guys are-
You're way over in the West Coast. That's right.
Yes, yeah.
Well, it's
That's right, yeah.
5:50 there.
Yep. That's right.
That's really cool, Art. I that especially for anybody with any physical disability, but especially in my case, people with finger dexterity. Joysticks on drones, thankfully, are the way to go because you don't really need necessarily finger dexterity. I don't have any, and I use my knuckles and my palm to steer the drone, and I do pretty
Really?
well.
You do awesome with that. I mean,
Yeah.
dude, you fly the crap out of those things. We were talking about the Penfield manufacturing place. You got right up in there.
Oh,
You were
right.
like flying through the window. I was afraid to. It's
Right.
awesome. Good for you, man.
Yeah, it's
No
it's-
limits.
And the one reason I had gotten into drones as a disabled person, and Art could probably attest to this also a bit, is that because it's a joystick-oriented thing, people with real limitations can handle it. Now getting the drone off the ground or whatever, we come up with our own ways, but that's really cool. That's a big-time place you're going to, Art.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. I can't wait to see some videos when you have the guys or the folks in there. Actually, folks.
Yeah,
I shouldn't
that
say
would be
guys. I
cool,
mean, I
you
think
know, that'd
get some
be,
chicks into it too. It'd be pretty cool because, this is mainly a sausage fest for the most part. It seems. Steve would get a laugh out of that.
A little
Well,
cheating
Wasn't it?
elegant.
I mean,
gotta be-
it's like there aren't many women in drones. It's kind of a shame because you probably fly the hell out of
Well,
them
we
if they ever got a
Angela
chance.
in the chat.
She's one of the rare exceptions, and yay for her. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how is it out there, Steve?
It's actually beautiful weather here today. We're in the high 60s, low 70s, still spring weather here. And it's actually the sun. I may even get the drone up for a sunset shot tonight at this rate. We've had nothing but up to the last 4 days. It's been nothing but overcast. I mean, cloudy,
sunset
socked
shot.
in. You don't even see the sun. It's light out. It's daylight, but
Right.
you can't even see the sun.
We had pretty nice weather here. It was mostly sunny, right, Chuck? And say about 70.
Yeah, I was out
Today?
hacking down the dried up decorative grasses from last season with my wife this afternoon. Good times.
Yeah.
I should have time lapsed it. I should have time lapsed it and did a James type video. Where it's like, oh, we're clearing I should set it up. We're clearing the yard, getting ready for the new grasses to grow, and talked about what happens every year, and could have done a whole time lapse thing. Nope, didn't do it. Fail.
So Chris says Northern California is not so good.
You guys socked in up there, Chris? Because I'm actually in the town. I'm actually in the town of Dana Point. If you ever look on a map of California, it sits halfway between Los Angeles and San Diego. It's right where I-5 comes down, and right as it hits the coast to go down to San Diego,
That's
that's where we're at.
north of La Jolla.
Oh, way north of La Jolla.
Yeah, because La Jolla is just barely north of San Diego, and then I'm trying to
We're
remember.
about-
It's been a while since I've been out that way. My wife and I went out a few times, and we
You
love
know where
staying.
you know where Oceanside is?
No, I probably buzzed right through it on I-5 though.
Yeah, San Clemente.
Is that near where the really cool the warning sign is, where it has like the three the illegal immigrant sign, where it's got the father dragging the wife with the kid with the feet dangling in the air? I
Yeah,
love
we're
that
north
sign.
of that
Yeah.
by about
The
15
checkpoint.
miles.
Okay, I know right where you are then. Yeah, right north of the checkpoint. Yep. That's the most hilarious sign ever. I mean, I should have been vlogging back then, because it was all that kind of stuff. It was comedy gold.
We have deer crossing signs here. And
Yeah, well, you should
got
have seen
that.
that one. It said Prohibito on the bottom too.
Yeah,
It was great. Prohibito.
Yeah.
Google it. You can
Wow.
find the sign. It's awesome.
Yeah, we get lots of deer crossing signs back in Charleston. We got deer
Yeah.
everywhere. They're pretty much they're a hazard.
James, I heard you say earlier that you're in the northern hemisphere. Philippines is still in the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, we're above the equator.
Okay,
yeah.
so you get winter at the same time we do, and it's
It's about
seven-
it's about the same, but the climates are much milder.
right.
Much milder.
Yeah, and
Almost
then
neutral.
so your lowest temperatures in the morning are 72 degrees.
About here in our area is about 72. It's like right now. Right now, I just looked on. We have a weather station, and anybody can look. You can go to ambientweather.net and put Villa Feliz in.
Our
you can
low is
see
72.
ours
There
is
it
about
is.
80.
That's the one. That's the sign. I love that sign. I wanted one of those signs way back, 20 years ago. I love that sign.
Yeah, it's been up there for way over 20 years.
Yeah, well, the first time I ran into it was 1996.
Mm-hmm.
I went out to California for the first time. Yep. Went to San Diego. Yeah, we did vlogging before vlogging was a thing. That's right. I have to find some of that stuff and just stitch it together. It's like, on tape. Hilarious stuff. We used to do hilarious stuff.
Yeah, Mike, it's like 87 here right now.
Oh,
Yeah, it was like 87
Fahrenheit.
Kelvin here, right, Mike? I talked over Mike. But
Yeah, Fahrenheit. It's 87 Fahrenheit here
no,
right now. Yeah.
I'm talking like absolute zero, like 87 Kelvin is like our typical temperature. Freezing cold.
Yeah.
Kidding,
Well,
not that
we
cold.
had snow earlier this week.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys did. I saw some nice
that?
pictures.
I had to. I was
It's illegal,
late
I
for
think.
work
In the
for
Philippines,
about 4
snow's
hours.
considered illegal.
Yeah. unless you're in Baguio, because they're way up in the mountains.
No, I
up
meant-
Yeah,
there.
they're up about
Snow.
5,000 feet up there.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I know in Hawaii
Yeah.
and some of the mountaintops.
No, we're gonna call you No Limits Chuck. That's what we're gonna call you.
They do actually. Mike, you're right. Like Haleakala on
Yep,
Maui.
up
I remember
on
it was
Mauna
snow in
Loa.
the summertime.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yep.
Well, I
Even
figured
like
out-
Rainier.
Huh?
Yeah.
When we had the snow, it rained right after work, so it froze, and then we got the snow. So when I went out to get in my car, my car door wouldn't open.
Oh.
So
Yeah, how
I
is-
had to
speaking
wait
of your
until
house
the
or
sun
window?
came up and warmed it up enough to where I could pop the door open and scrape the ice off the windows.
Did you ever have a time, Art, like my wife used to have with her first car the first car she had when we were dating, the door would close but it wouldn't latch because the door latch would get stuck. You'd have to hold the door closed till the
yeah,
car
yeah.
warmed up, then the
Cars
latch
like-
would move down and latch. It was a Dodge Daytona. You had the door
Yeah, you
would-
had to get a screwdriver and pop it open.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good times.
Yeah. Talk about snow. We were in Hawaii the one year. This is many years ago. We stayed on the Big Island, and we were on the Kona side because I wanted to go visit the observatory. So we got the approval to go up there. So we get up there, and this is in May. We get
snows
up
in
there,
May
and there's patches of snow along the Keck Observatory up there.
Oh, yeah,
the
yeah.
big scopes. There was snow still up there along the edges. And
Yeah.
all of a sudden, we start picking the snow up. You got to break it apart because it was almost like ice. But started having snowball fights. I says, well, this is pretty good. On Hawaii in May at over 14,000 feet, and I'm having a snowball fight. And then it started to get a little whisper of snow flurries.
There you
Well,
go.
we had left and hopped over to Oahu, and the next day, and I'm in the shower, my wife's screaming, get out here, you got to see this. It dumped 8 inches of snow on the mountain at the top of the observatories over there overnight the next day.
Wow.
And the girl that was one of the waitresses at the hotel we were at, she goes, oh, yeah, Maury boogie boards. Everybody uses them for body surfing there. She goes, oh, yeah, ours are 360 degrees. We use them for snowboarding, snow sliding on the mountain during the
Nice.
wintertime because they have a tractor that'll take you up on like a tow, like a hayride. It takes you up, and then you get off, and you just start sliding down the embankment.
Nice. That's cool. I
cool.
remember when Lori and I went to Washington for the first time, we were in Seattle and we drove up to Mount Rainier, which was
Oh yeah.
Paradise Point. And this was August, first week of August, and they had the glaciers up top there. You didn't have to go to the summit, just you could hike up and you were in snow. And there are pictures of me in shorts and a t-shirt and in snow. It's pretty cool. Literally. Cool stuff.
Yeah,
Hey,
it
James.
is.
I heard you talking earlier. I sorry I didn't pop in earlier, Art, but I was downloaded some footage from today. You were talking about getting a new drone, maybe the Air 2S there.
The Air 2S,
And,
yeah, that looks
I
like a
actually
contender.
ordered one and sent it back. Um, not
Oh.
because there was anything wrong with it. It's a terrific little drone. But it like I said, it takes the same batteries as the Air 2.
Mhm.
But the camera on it looked beautiful. I mean, it's a miniature version of the Mavic Pro camera, only capable of 5.4,
Yeah, higher resolution.
resolution.
It
But
just lacks the adjustable aperture, but it's
it
set
felt
at
like a
2.8.
quality piece of equipment. It felt good, so I could see it for portability, and if you said you want to go up faster in the air,
Yeah.
and from what I
And
understand,
the distance. I want to be able, because remember,
Oh, plenty of range.
it's like right now. I wanted to do a trip back to the volcano, but using the Phantom 4, the only way I can get where I can get good shots, because right now it's still off limits, because we have a lot of activity going on right now with the volcano, and you're not allowed to go on the island. So I have to the closest point from it's a lake, and in the center of the lake is the volcano, but the mainland, the closest point where you can go to it is about 11 kilometers. So I need to go 11 kilometers to get to it. And I was able to do that with the Phantom one time. And that was that really nice video that I was able to
and
produce.
that's with Lightbridge.
I think it's 10 kilometers.
That's with Lightbridge. But I think the new ones, what's the range on
with
the Air?
AccuSync or
AccuSync 3 is 10 kilometers, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
Am I-
a crazy amount of
It's
about 7 miles. I think,
5.7
or
miles.
Yeah. But it's like it's close. It'll be close, James. It's close. But that's without any obstructions too. That's
7
clear
miles.
shot.
7 miles. Yeah, it's 11.226, 11 and a quarter kilometers. Yeah.
It's gonna be, and that's with no obstructions too. You need a clear shot because
you see,
because as Art and I were talking about penetration with the signal.
Yeah. Well, you see, I think when they give you that advertised amount, that's your average. That's your average amount. So, and I think for the Phantom, the advertised amount is something like 7 kilometers. All right. So, but if you fly over an total open, like over the ocean, over a lake cleared where you have no obstructions, that's where you're able to take advantage of these distances that are beyond the advertised amount. That's why I was able to do 11 kilometers into the volcano on that video. So I'm thinking that the newer, with the AccuSync, the newer technology, and I think I'll be able, and I think they're 31 minutes now as opposed to the 30 minutes is what their advertised time is. Believe it or not, 1 minute makes a big difference, because twice I've come back, I've flown back with only 1 minute or 1% left on my battery.
Oh, Matt had a good point. Matt of Northeast Drone, he had a good point. If you use the smart controller, it's still AccuSync 2, so it's not going to have those extra 2 antennas. So you only have 2 instead of 4. It's the 4 antenna that give you that extra range with AccuSync or OC3.
Yeah.
Right. And the smart controller doesn't give you as much range anyway as the stock controller. So if you wanted to try to reach the volcano, you would want to reach the controller that comes with the drone. Which is very much shaped like the smart controller.
It is, and it holds it's kind of cool. It holds the phone up top, which is kind of a nicer perspective anyway.
Yeah, so I did a distance test myself today because I did the update, like you guys were saying earlier, for the 2S.
Yeah.
And I can't drop the update back down now on my smart controller.
Yeah.
To the last one. I'm not having any problems, so I purposely went to a big at the Home Depot near me, Chuck, and went out about 1.5 miles over in a line of sight, but industrial, occupied territory, Wi-Fi.
I know where you were. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I got about 1.5 miles before the video signal broke up. and that's fine. I never go beyond a mile. for
I've
any
never,
reason.
yeah, I've never had to go more than like 1,500 feet, I think, away from me, which is what
Yeah.
not even a quarter of a mile really to get the shots I'm looking for.
Yeah. So, but yeah, that'd be cool, James, if you get that drone. If it feels like a quality drone, and that camera looks superb.
So why
But did you say
back?
why you're why did you send it back?
Yeah.
Only because I've been seeing videos from people that have been claiming with the smart controller, the video feedback is a little jittery. So I bought it at B&H Camera in New York, and their return policy is like no questions.
I
Yeah,
like
B&H is good. I bought a lot of
them,
stuff
yeah.
from B&H before.
And
Yeah.
so I just
You
thought
know-
I can order it again if I want,
Mike,
Yeah.
and what I'm understanding is the smart controller is not putting out the same performance as the standard controller that comes with it. It's less wattage output.
Right.
It's less of a signal output than it is with the smart controller. Smart
fewer
controller puts
antennas.
out less across the board on all the drones I've heard.
And fewer antennas too, because like if you were to dissect the one for the FPV drone, you'll find that there are two antenna in this vertical section here, and then there's another antenna and another antenna. So there's actually four antenna in the back of in this housing,
Oh,
which
okay.
is OcuSync 3. Yeah, there's four antenna, and then there's four in the drone itself, one in each leg. So that's there's really not much difference between OC2 and OC3. It's the antenna that makes the two more antennas is what's making the improvement. From what I understand, I might be wrong, but they're making better use of what more omnidirectional kind of deal.
Yeah.
Right. Plus
I
four
thought you'd
antennas
never leave.
on the drone.
Somebody took it
so-
apart. I haven't taken mine apart, which is really out of character for me. I haven't taken any of my drone stuff apart.
Well,
So
so
it's
then it's two actually things going against you. One, the output signal coming out is less with the smart controller, and two, you're not picking up on the other
Right.
antennas.
Right,
That's
right.
A double whammy.
Yes, it's a double whammy. Yep.
I've actually taken 3 drones apart. When they hit the ground, they came apart.
Yeah, the only thing I did, like this one, it didn't have a pro camera on it. I
Yeah.
bought it as a Zoom aircraft only, and I bought the Hasselblad and put it on, but that was easy. That was just, like 6 fasteners, if I recall, piece of cake.
Yeah. But I hope if that works out for you, James, that'd be really cool. Especially there's a guy.
I'll look at it.
Do you know Tom's Tech Time?
I like Tom. a lot. Yeah.
He's a German guy. He just
Cool dude.
flew over directly over the lava flows in Iceland using the Air
A
2S.
lot of good
And,
footage from there.
I bet you there's some incredible because it's still everything's still flowing over there.
Yeah.
They're like
And I
6
think he
volcanoes
got-
cooking all at once, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
now there's like multiple fissures and stuff.
Well,
And I
we're
think
even
he got the
still,
drone early.
even from Taal, there's a lot of activity. We're still, I think we're in 2. I think we're in alert 2 on that one, and I think we're the only one on the 3 big islands, all the Philippines. I think we're the only one that's on alert 2 right now, because they've just been having so much activity. A lot of they have an earth movement, some of those roads and everything like that, separating and cracks and things over there around that area over there. But it's been on
There's a lot
2
of movement all over the world between Guatemala over in the Caribbean, and it's just like, holy mackerels, what the heck's going on?
That's
The
right.
Caribbean-
There's a volcano that erupted.
The Caribbean is actually notoriously seismically active. I remember when Lori and I used to go there every August for a number of years. We'd go to the British Virgin Islands just for a day, and they were talking about, where Tortola is?
Yeah, that's where my brother-in-law and my sister-in-law are from. They evacuated out of there after the hurricane.
They have some phenomenal 600 seismic events a year. Most of them are just little bitty things, but it's always rocking and rolling. And it was really cool. Like the what was it called? Oh crap! Where Tyra Banks did that swimsuit model thing in the cathedral. All the lava formations.
Sports Illustrated.
Yeah. My wife and I were there a few times. Yeah, we were there. It's like it was all lava rock that was pushed up from underneath, and they're like boulders and stuff. It's all lava that was pushed up vertically. It's pretty phenomenal if you ever get to check it out.
Yeah, like living here in California, it's shaking all the time. I have an earthquake app, and when I first got it, it comes standard to where it goes off at 2.5. Well, at 2.5 here in California, we'll have
that's the men's room,
2
right?
dozen, 3 dozen, in a day, and it's just like, well, then I got to 3, then I went to 4, then I said, hell, it's 5 or more. I'm not going to worry about it.
So that's the men's room on Cinco de Mayo. Is like get like a 3 or something.
I just wanted to say we were talking about the difference between the smart controller.
The bads. Before you set me straight, the bads.
I gotta share this with you. I just had a senior moment. You ever done one? Maybe you guys.
I just had one. I can remember the name of the place. It's called the Bads in the British Virgin Islands.
I mean, real. I'm talking about a real senior moment where you're like, where are my glasses? You put your glasses on your head and you're looking all through your house for your glasses. You can't find your glasses. I can't tell you how many times I've done that. So I had a second senior moment just now. When you saw me leave, I went to go look for my controller in the case of the DJI drone. So I walked all inside the house and I'm like, where is my drone? I know where I keep it all the time. And I'm like, holy crap, I can't find my drone. And it's underneath the laptop, right?
It's the box.
And I'm sitting right here. Anyway,
right under your nose.
I can make fun of myself. I'm allowed to do that. And that's a nice thing.
With the screen on it.
That's the nice thing about being a senior is you can get away with a lot of things that you normally couldn't get away when you're younger. People look at you real strange. Now people just say, "Oh, he's just an old guy." It doesn't matter what he says or what he does. Anyway, what I was going to get at on my smart controller right here. Yesterday I took the drone up and I was just doing some testing, doing some things locally, right directly above the house. And I'm like this, and the drone is directly above me, and I know this. I don't know if a lot of people are aware. I'm sure everybody on this channel is aware. I come out of a communications career field, but the antennas here, you would think, oh, well, this is pointing up. If you're sitting right here and you're going right above, that's the best orientation of the antennas, but it's not the best orientation. If you're directly above you is like this, because the radiation of the antenna right here is like this right here, this way or this way right here. But I see a lot of people, like if your guys are the drone, they're pointing it just like that at the drone, and most people, they do line of sight, and they're really close to it, and you don't normally lose it. But if it was directly in front of you, you would really want it like this. And if you're following a bird up and it's going up, you go kind of like this, or you reorient your antennas if it's directly above you. But once it goes a distance in the other direction, if you're not doing line of sight, then you have to make sure that the radiation pattern is like this right here. And I thought that was just kind of interesting, and for those who are new to drones, to be able to have the best signal going through.
The smart controller actually has them. They point straight out, but you can point them straight down. That's the ideal position, is straight down. So it's doing what yours are doing like this. They're just pointed like this.
But I think you can do that. You can do that here too. I think you do. No, you can't. Oh, you can't. It doesn't let you do that on. I never noticed that. That's as far as you can go on left or right on your
snap
on
them
your
off.
lateral.
It'd be fine.
One of the other things too, Chuck, is, and Lon brought that up, he brought it up a little earlier, is that the smart controller is only OcuSync 2. And
we were talking about that. We were talking about that as well, But really, the reason that the OcuSync 3 is backward compatible with OcuSync 2 is it's really the same system. It just doesn't have the additional antennas.
Yeah.
That's
the transmission capability on it.
Well, it's all the antennas, from what I understand. It's management.
Well, I heard it's the actual physical output of it. How many milliwatts of the signal is coming out?
Did they boost it a bit? Maybe they did, but
no, they dropped it on the smart. It's less on the smart controller than it is on the controller that comes with the drone.
Okay, yeah,
that's what I've heard. I heard that last night on who's in here now with us now is Matt from Northeast Drone Productions, Ari from Remote Pilot Australia. He was talking about that because he does a lot of commercial.
I saw that last night. I was busting his nuts too. I was the guy in there busting their nuts a little bit, but I was just kidding. But yeah.
I know. I saw you.
Yeah, I've seriously, I don't fly like I'm not using Lychee. I'm not making use of mapping and stuff, so it hasn't been an issue. But I could see where the smart controller could run out of steam as far as not having enough memory and such to handle all those resources running simultaneously, like Lychee and doing mapping and stuff, and then have it choke out and then break contact with the drone, which is the worst thing that can ever happen to you as a drone pilot. When you break signal like that. It's happened to me a couple of times back with my Mavic Pro. Heck, that's an attention getter.
Well,
when that happens.
Well, I heard you talk about that earlier before I joined the show, and you were talking about the return to home function, and you guys were saying that you're really not sure if you lost control between your controller. Basically, if it died, would your drone come back on the DJI? At least I know for the Phantom 4, and I'm sure it's across the board. Even if you turned off your controller, your bird is going to come. It's going to return to home within about a 3 minute, unless you do that precise. If you select precise for your takeoff, because I've done that with this one. I've done this one right here.
Yeah,
I totally lost everything on it. As a matter of fact, sometimes what I do to get a better signal, because I have so many trees around here, I'll go up on the lanai upstairs to get to the highest point of my house, and I'll fly from there. And then what I'll do is I'll walk down the set, and I lose connection as soon as I go inside the house. My controller's not anything. I'll walk down the stairs, come out onto the back porch back here, and it has no signal going to the drone, and the drone is already in a return to home mode. Once it reconnects, and it's already on its way back. And I've actually tested it. I've turned off. I had to test this. I didn't do it when it was really far away. I turned off the controller, and it landed within a meter or two of where I actually took off from at that point.
In Go 4 anyway, I'm not sure what anyway, Go 4, you can select how you want it to respond when it breaks signal. You can set it to return to home. You can set it to hover. And Steve, there's a third one, isn't there? Between
the remote, wherever the remote is at, the controller.
Yes, you can come back to where the remote. I thought that was a separate setting though, to have it come back to the remote as opposed to the home point.
That's in the center of the home point. It's on the remote, and especially people don't use it. They get into a boat when they're out on the water.
That's when you need to use it too. When you're in a moving object, you want the drone to come back to the object that's moving, which is where your remote is.
I took off a half a mile back over there. I say, come to home, and your boat's going this way, and your drone's going this way.
Yeah, I've heard. I could see that mistake be made. So it actually is important to change that. Yeah. It probably isn't. If you were using just Go, the original Go with I'm not sure what Lightbridge used, or Fly. Well, settings are still in there. I'm pretty sure, and you can still.
I think so. And the Fly app, it's. I never saw it till this week, and I downloaded it, and everything's in a different spot, but it looks like it's pretty much does the same thing.
Yeah, I think it's all there. It started off pretty rough with the Mini, and then they expanded it. With the Air 2, really, they expanded it because they had to.
I don't even know what version of Go is on here. I'm actually booting up the controller.
Is it Go?
Right now.
Is it DJI Go and not Go 4? I wasn't sure what.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think the Phantom 4 has DJI Go 4. I'm pretty sure.
It's a Go 4 app on the Phantom.
On the Phantom 4 anyway.
Right, but remember they called it just Go a couple years ago.
Yeah, Go was on I had a Phantom 3 standard for a short period of time.
Yeah, I don't know why the name changed. Just sounded
I know.
better or something.
You were talking about there were 3 different options you had for the return to home. I also know for my system, I didn't see all the options that you were talking about, like finding the controller, following the controller back. But I know one of the options under setup on this system is you can tell it either first to rise to a certain altitude, then do a return to home. Yes, because that's really important, because say like you're doing something, say like I'm flying. I use this actually
under a bridge.
I do this for Civet. Well, yeah. Well, yeah, I do.
Yeah.
But I actually use this for security around the subdivision. I'll take it out and I'll do a perimeter scan of outside the wall or something like
You
that.
need a Skydio too for that.
Yeah, so that's what I use this for. But I actually drop down in certain areas. Well, I drop down in an open, clear area, but between there and the launch site, if I were to go straight line of sight, straight on a horizontal flying mode, it would hit trees and everything. So it has to rise up first to a certain altitude. So I picked what I thought was higher than most of the stuff around, especially the high tension electrical lines over there. And so I said, that's how I have mine set up. Rise first from whatever area I lose connection, get to that
120
altitude,
meters or
come
so,
back.
take it way up
and
high
then-
and come back and clear everything.
That's important for me. I guess it's not on here. I thought it would tell you what the go. It would
It's
tell
in there
you.
somewhere. I'm pretty
Maybe
sure
if your
it's
drone's
definitely
not turned on, you know.
Oh, about the device.
you need to connect it to a drone mic. You think he needs to connect it to the drone?
Maybe.
all the
Maybe.
settings.
Yeah, maybe I have to do that.
'Cause that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's in the drone where it gets set.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has
Yes,
it has
it
the
does.
versions. Yeah,
Yeah.
it has the
Yeah.
versions of some of the software, but it doesn't say the name of the software inside here.
I just put a link in the chat. Carson Miller, he's a young man out of Indiana. He just put out a video about what would happen if you shut your controller off while your drone was flying. And it's a pretty darn good video. Check out that video. His channel is really good. I've been following this kid for a couple years when he was still in high school.
Yeah.
Sounds like Henry Robotic. He's a young dude too. Yeah.
Yeah,
One
and it
thing
all depends on how you have it set up. You know, like we've been just talking about. Do you have it returned to home where you're at, or do you have it how high? In other words, how high do you want to go before you return? Like James is talking, same way. Because when I fly over by the construction jobs that are over by me, one of the things I do is the same thing that James was talking about. So are you, Chuck? Is I make sure it travels up above every possible
Everything.
structure there is.
Yeah.
Because
The space. Take it up the space.
Yeah,
Bring it
because
back.
I have the buildings, and the buildings people don't realize. You know, here in California, it's stucco or stuff like that, but it's all lath. It's all metal on the outside,
Right.
and everything's metal around you. You don't realize how much stuff there is.
It's like a Faraday
And
cage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and underground electrical, let alone the overhead. Just depends on where you're at. And when I put that in, I've done that a couple of times to where I've had it returned to home. I've set it and I launch from one spot, and then I'll walk to where I'm going to fly, and then I'll go ahead and continue raising it up, and I'll get it up, and then I'll walk to where I'm going to fly from. When I turn to home, I don't have it come to where I'm at because I know there's all kinds of interference from transformers and everything else around me.
Or concrete with rebar in it. I've run into issues with that.
Oh, that's the problem, Chuck. That's the problem I have here. If I try launching from this patio
don't do it.
right here,
Don't do it.
in this
Yeah.
patio. Well, at the very beginning, what the first thing it tells me is your compass is out of cal. That's the first thing it tells me. And I can lift up the drone. I can walk into the grass, into the yard. It clears the compass error inside there, and it flies. But yeah, the rebar inside your concrete, because the Philippines, this is like houses are built like high-rise commercial buildings inside the U.S. It's all concrete and rebar, and it just it throws everything off whack on the launch.
The wildest time I had with that was actually in that Oregon video I just released. Some of my highlights from like 2 years ago, like 2 weeks. Anyway, went to this place in Maryhill,
Steve.
Maryhill, Washington. Has this war memorial. It's basically Stonehenge. So it's the big round structure, but it's all in one piece, and it's all cast concrete with rebar. And I said, I'm in the middle of it with Lori. I'm like, let's launch the drone and fly it right up from the center and do look down at us. I popped the drone up and it started circling by itself because of all the rebar. The compass got so confused. It's whipping it around. And I'm like, up, send it up. Send it up out of the top. And then that's actually what led to the next shot that I used in the video, where I did like this orbit of the thing rotating. But anyway, I thought I was gonna crash the drone for sure.
Was that on purpose?
Afterwards, it was on purpose.
that
But
was one of
seriously,
the
it was
things-
just spinning in there because of all the rebar and the concrete all around it. It was like a cage and just went around in a circle.
Well, I don't know if Chris Hope is still in here or not, but Chris will remember this. At Spin Up 1, we were at the Ball Diamond, and just like James is talking about, it's a concrete deck podium that comes out from where the conference room is at, and it overlooks onto the ball field. Well, it's all rebar steel. And and people are having problems. So I just walked over and I'm going, there's grass over here right by the foul pole. It was a right foul pole post going up. Went over in the grass, went over there, boom, 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 shot up. Everybody's going, what's the matter with my drone? Why won't it say calibrate the compass? Because it's solid concrete.
Sometimes you can just take off too manually, pull the sticks in, and once you get it a few feet in the air,
and you're good. Yeah, if your compass is calibrated in a clear spot, and then you walk 15 feet and you're on concrete, you launch the drone. Just like what happened to me, it'll be weird initially, but if you can just get out of that area far enough, then you're fine. And the dude that Lori and I went to a winery, she'll remember the name of it. We went to a winery in Oregon, and the guy was telling me, we found out the owner was a drone dude, and he came out to talk to me because I wanted to fly the drone on property. And anyway, he was telling me how he crashed his. He had a parrot, the Anafi parrot, the latest one. And he said, I launched it from this patio and flew out. And when I came back, it didn't stop, and it smashed into the glass window door behind me. I was like
a bird.
I was like, like a bird. I was like
a bird, yeah.
What's this patio held up with? Is it like steel? And he's like, yeah, beams. I was like, yeah, dude, that's where you went wrong.
Yeah.
And I explained it to him. He's like, oh, he's like, I'm such an idiot.
And that's one of the things I do just out of precaution whenever I travel. Like if I'm staying here around, even if I'm 10, 15 miles away from where I'm at, I won't bother with compass. Like when I'm going to Texas, when I got there, got to the hotel, and I just took it outside, got in an area. I did a compass calibration out there before he even asked me, because I'm traveling, 1,500 miles, and there's going to be magnetic deflection as you're moving from that distance. So I just do that as an automatic thing when I'm going out of an area.
I always recalibrate. I do the dance. I do the geek dance. My wife always picks on me because she's like, "What? You do that every time, don't you?" Like, yeah, because I've had too many close calls. I don't care. I go out to do a flight. I recalibrate the compass and walk around in the circle, tip it, walk around the circle. Better safe than sorry.
Right.
Yeah, it's a lot easier that way.
Oh man, you guys, we've all had that close call where the drone gets goofy on you. And
well, I want to share something with you. Yesterday, when I was doing some research about that, the No Limit Drones software mod, I started looking at a lot of YouTube videos where people are sharing there's not a lot there, but there was plenty enough to get some good information. And something that I found that was really interesting, and it really doesn't have to do with the No Limit drones, but I could see somebody who does the mod, and they took advantage of some of the capabilities that you would be able to do that you not normally would be, basically flying above limits that you normally wouldn't be able, through the clouds, above the clouds at a higher level. This was a really interesting video, and it showed an experience one drone flyer did. He flew his drone, and I believe it was a Mavic. He flew it above.
747.
He flew it above. He went through a very heavy cloud formation, very thick, very heavy. When you're flying an aircraft and you're up there and you're looking, and it looks like you could stand on the clouds.
Yeah,
it's so thick. Well, he did that
with his drone first.
Well, he did that with his drone. He flew up above, and the height that he was talking about wasn't. I think he wasn't honest with the height that he was at. But regardless, the main experience was he flew above it. Then he got a low battery warning. And he started coming back down. Well, when the clouds were here, when the drone got to right above
it was landing.
Level, it thought it was landing because its sensors. Remember, the DJI drones
Yes.
have both
Right.
lateral and lower
Yeah.
underneath.
I've heard of this
and
happening.
it stopped and it hovered right there, and then he panicked. He said, "I only have," and he said the amount of minutes or the amount of percentage that it had left, which is very low, and it wouldn't do anything. It wouldn't do anything, and then eventually, when the drone knew it had to come down at a certain point, it started descending at the rate that we were talking about earlier that you define inside your parameters, which I believe was 3 meters per second. But he was so high up, he said he was sweating and panicking as it was going because he couldn't get it to come down any faster because it thought there was a hard surface underneath it. So it was going down, and it was probably much less than the 3 meters per second because it thought it was landing, and it was trying to land. And then finally, once it cleared the clouds, then it was able to drop at the whatever the maximum descent was as defined inside the software. And he showed it because it was directly above him. When he did this test, it was directly above him, and you could see him standing there as the drone started coming down, and he was able to successfully land the drone. But it was
That's a short
interesting.
check.
Yeah, so I will tell you one of the things I've done is I've disabled my sensors because around here there's so many trees, but I won't fly unless I have line of sight in this environment right here because it won't. I try to fly close to the trees, especially when I'm doing like showing. Somebody will write in and say, "Can you show me a property inside your subdivision I'm thinking about purchasing? Can you do a drone view?" And that's what I do for some of the subscribers of our channel.
Mm-hmm.
And what I try to do, I try to get into a lot of these lots. It's a jungle. Look at the properties back there. It's a jungle here.
Good canopy.
But
Be right back, guys.
so what I do, the only way to be able to provide them with detailed information about the lot, I have to turn off the sensors. So if you're planning on going through clouds, turn off your sensors.
Keith at the K Spot will tell you that too. He was flying in fog, and he had a similar concern with the sensors where things did not happen like he expected them to, and he was lucky to not crash the drone.
Well, can you imagine in his case, or even in this video that I watched, not only are your lower sensors detecting that there's something there, your lateral sensors are also detecting once you're inside that density, because clouds are dense. It's moisture.
And they're wet. Yeah, it's condensation.
Yeah.
It's not exactly nice to electronics. Freezing fog is the best. Yeah, it's nothing like going in the freezing fog. And you get ice forming on your rotors and stuff. They don't call them wings for nothing in Europe or England, I think. They call them wings, the rotors, because they are. Yeah, you lose your lift pretty fast if they freeze up.
Thank you, Matt. I'll just post it here. Matt put a link to the specs of the Air 2, and then just put this in there. He texted me messaged me on Facebook. He's stating that the DJI Air 2 clearly states the controller output is 26 and the drone is 30. Output is 26 and the drone is 30. On the controller states to be OcuSync 2.
Huh.
That's interesting.
So
The
you're saying
controller-
the controller has less power output than the drone. And well, there's probably a reason for that, and has to probably do with being able to be recaptured once you lose control. And I would think you want your aircraft to be a little bit stronger than your controller. I don't know. I'm sure this
seems weird to me too. I find that odd. There must be
because it's going to
reason.
fly. You're not going to move. Your controller is fixed. But as you lose connection and your bird tries to come back,
and it has a little quicker.
I think it's going to try to push the signal a little bit more.
Find its beacon. It's going to find its beacon sooner.
Yeah.
One thing, James, also you were talking about using that program to change the rates on the Mavic drones or DJI. One guy, do you know who Spike is in Australia? iSpike. He did that, I think, using the program you talked about. and he turned his one drone into like a sports car. It worked great in the airframe and the motors and everything, but if I remember correctly, you might remember, Steve, he melted a battery because it drained so fast, further than DJI's specs, and it just didn't ruin his drone, but it did ruin a battery on him.
Well, you got to
Something to
think
think
though.
about.
If he changed it into like a supercharged type of an aircraft, you're putting more of a demand. You're putting more of a demand on your batteries.
Yeah.
You know, if you fly faster, everything you do above what you normally do is going to drain batteries. So that's probably
heat
to
and
be
lipos
expected.
don't get along either.
Yeah.
You heat up the lipos a lot, you're gonna kind of
Yeah,
damage them.
Spike is definitely pedal to the metal all the way.
I like that red line, baby.
Spike's a really
he
cool
is.
guy.
He's fun. You gotta check out some of his videos.
If it needs 5, give it 7.
Yeah.
Ludicrous
Yeah.
speed.
His site is easy. Just look for iSpike just in YouTube. It'll pop up.
Well, I look at it like this. If I'm a manufacturer, if I produce a product that I'm putting out to market, I'm not going to give the people the full capability, because people will use the full capability, and if they don't know how to use all that power, then they're going to break the product, and then they're going to give us bad reviews. So I know DJI knows what their thresholds of what you can do and can't do, and then they set the thresholds down by a certain percentage point for the average user, and that's what they give you as a consumer. But I think there's a lot. That's why they give you several modes. You know, they give you regular mode, sport mode, and whatever. I think there's
Manual
like 3
mode.
modes.
Manual
I
mode
think
on
there's
the
like 3
FPV.
modes.
Needs
Yeah.
4th, bodacious mode.
Modes.
Well, there's ludicrous mode on the
There you go.
on the Autel stuff, right? Kind of like Spaceballs, ludicrous speed. The Winnebago. Somebody kiddingly called the Mavic 2 a bus compared to the Air 2S. I won't name names, but I immediately thought of the Winnebago and Spaceballs. Ludicrous speed. I don't know why. They just made that connection. As I was feeling insulted at the same time, being that I own 3 of these buses.
Well,
The Mavic 2
Mike-
is an awesome drone.
It's pretty
Mike-
solid.
When you were talking about the reason you sent it back is because you were concerned about the sync. The sync, it seemed like it wasn't quite in sync and all. I suspect if that's across the board, if a lot of people are finding that problem, it's a fix that can be done either through the firmware, mainly the firmware inside there. And for me, I will look at that again once I get to the point that I can purchase, because I'm not going to do it until I get back to the U.S. And who knows when I'm going to be able to get back to the U.S. because of the current situation. So if we're talking about 6 months, because 6 months is light years in technology perspective, and 6 months by the time I average think that the possibility for travel bans to be lifted, then I hope they have that fixed, what you're talking about inside there.
And one thing that about those guys that I did watch who were on the smart controller having video sync problems, they were also screen recording on the smart controller at the same time.
Yeah,
so that
I heard
may have been the problem.
Resources right there. Yeah.
somebody talked about using the cache, and then when it fills up, that's when the problem happened, Mike, maybe?
I'm not sure, but I had one other
Steve?
guy comment and say he had no problem whatsoever in a comment. So I sent it back because I could, and if in a month I see people with no problem, I might be tempted to reorder it again.
They'll squish the bugs. There's always DJI always jumps. They want to get stuff out, and I think they tend to kind of release it a little soon sometimes. And
Well, they
I even
do.
hear
Some
whispers
bugs to
now about a
smush.
new smart controller.
Yeah, we talked
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah.
That's a strategy. That's
That's coming
from
with the
manufacturer
Pro
to
3.
consumers. That's normal. That's why you never want anything with a V1.0, the first version of it. You never want that. You normally wait until they get everything out and people have had an opportunity to play with it.
gotta crush the bugs, smush them.
But you remember, I told you, I like DJI products, but even big companies, respectable, that have really good technology, sometimes they're not forward with you about some problems that they have inside, and they're not willing, especially when it's going to cost them a lot of money. And that's basically this controller right here. This is my second controller and we talked about this on Art's show, I think before you and I started talking on the show together. But this is my second one because inside here, there was a cold solder joint on another one. I have another one of these that I can't use. And I think there was a cold solder joint on a connection that connects the battery to the charging unit inside, and it would not let you charge anymore. It would not let you go inside and do any charging. And I did research, and there's so many, especially the first generation of the Phantom 4 with the smart control that went out. There was so many people that were complaining to DJI that this thing gets stuck, and when you try to charge it, it will never charge, and then slowly the battery go down and it won't recharge. And the solution was going into tearing the whole thing apart, going into where the connection is on the IC connector inside there, and using it's like a heat machine. It's like a little, basically, and you can, what it does is it melts the solder on the IC connection back on the motherboard. It remelts it down basically. But the thing is, if you don't do it properly, if you overheat it, you can deposit, which is what I did. I work in electronics.
Oh, and everything fell off the board then, basically.
No,
shifted.
No, it didn't. It didn't, but what it did, I had two issues with the older controller. Doing that fixed one of the issues, but it
created a new one?
Well, this is what it did. It fixed the battery will now charge on my old controller. My old controller is still actually usable right now since I did that. But the connection that goes to the wonderful monitor on the Android device
screwed that up.
Nothing. It's zero. I have no output going off of that.
That one came apart. That one was probably under tension and popped off when you heated it up.
So if I connect this HDMI connector to an external monitor, it works. But I don't want to walk around try to fly it with a monitor this big with my old.
That'd be
controller.
awesome. That's like, you've seen so many drone guys that do that. They gotta have this great big monster monitor with them all the time. And
I could do some neat screen captures and everything like that from the.
Put on some goggles, James.
Ooh, you can use the DJI goggles.
I never thought about that.
Yep.
But the
Epson Moverios would work too.
So, but that was a problem. And the point I'm trying to get is DJI knows that this is a problem, because once you get to so many complaints, but they realize that, oh my God, it's going to cost us. You know what to do to admit that there's a problem with this.
Good company.
There's a problem with this, and that we have to take these, and it's our liability. That they don't want to do that, so they would never. They never admitted that they had the manufacturing problem with the first generation of the DJI smart controllers inside.
They never will either. They'll never admit anything.
No. It's a huge financial liability.
Well, it's
for
a
them
cultural thing for the Chinese that it's a
kind of like airbags here
pride.
in the United States.
There you go.
Those are Japanese airbags, right? The ones that always have the.
Oh yeah.
Takata. What's the brand name?
Takata, yeah.
That's
one of the things I'm still interested in thinking of getting. I'm still thinking, with all the new stuff that's coming out, I'm still on the border of biting the bullet to get a Phantom 2 V2 because of that camera, the mechanical shutter.
The Phantom 4 V2.
The mechanical shutter,
no built-in screen, because I'm going to have my own screen, because then you don't have the conflicts with Android, and it works a lot better with an iOS.
if you can get past the size, I think if you get past the size,
Apple
the thing for the Phantom series, I still think Phantom is probably one of their best product for the consumer that's not doing it for a living, commercial. Movies, cinema screen stuff. I think the Phantom.
The sensor still to this date is the best one that's out there. Even people that I'm seeing now posting videos up of the V2, or even the Pro series before the V2 came out. That sensor versus against all the new other sensors that are out there, going against the Mavic, which Mike I know he's got the Pro, which the Hasselblad lens and sensor, are phenomenal. It's a great lens. But that Phantom is still beating that out. And that's ironic. It's. I wish everybody talks about the Mavic 3, the Mavic X, or the Phantom X, or whatever it's going to. I call it the Phantom X. My Phantom X will be that drone with a better sensor on it, but with interchangeable lenses. That would be, if they could put on a Mavic, a frame body of that to have where you could just have interchangeable lenses to where you could put a zoom or a wider angle on it and just, snap it on like you do.
Magnetic mount.
Right.
I don't know about the magnetic. It'd have to be some kind of like twist lock, like a regular,
something toolless,
like a regular camera, a twist on lock.
Anything toolless would be great.
The vibration won't affect it.
Yeah, but it has to be toolless because you gotta be able to do it in the field.
Yeah.
Just like your filters now, where you can pop the filters off.
I wish the filters were magnetic. They can't be because the compass power. But
you're right.
Finger troubles. I've never used a filter because it's
I haven't used. I've never put a filter on mine either.
On the Air 2, how I got around that is Freewell came out with.
They do have magnetic ones.
A double filter.
Yeah, one's magnetic.
You just adjust it. You just turn it. Once it's on, it'll go
VND.
from 1 to 5, and then from 6 to 9, or 1 to 4, and then Mike stops. And then from the next one is from 5 to 9. And once you decide, I only have to put it on for a real bright day.
1 to 5 stops is like 99% of the time. For me and Mike in Syracuse, you're going to use the VND 1 to 5. 5 stops is what you'll use. That's,
right.
Yeah.
5 is like 16, right? Stops. 5 gets you up to about like 16, which is perfect.
It's so easy because you can just
turn it, Mike.
You just turn it and send it right back up.
Yeah.
You don't even have to turn it off.
Try that out.
That's cool.
Well, you want to know what I would like, and I hope
they're $50 for a pair, by the way.
I think they will do it. It's easily achievable, and I wish they would do it. And this is specifically, I'm talking about DJI, but it can be deployed on any drone technology. It's what they're doing now with the drop mechanism inside there, like what they want to do with Amazon.com with dropping packages or whatever. I want them to add that feature onto the DJI where you have a button on your controller that opens and closes, so that you do little things like envelopes, like and stuff like.
You can do that now. There's a module that you can put on the Phantom.
Yeah. FLI. Fleefly. FLI, like Foxtrot, Lima, Indigo, and then do it again. It's Fleefly. I won one from Chris Rollins and Richter years ago. Yeah, I won that thing. So,
what's the mechanism that activates it?
It has a drop device. It's a little box and it has a clipping. It clips onto the legs of your Phantom 4.
You as the controller sitting down, what is the mechanism?
It's wireless. It's a wireless device.
So you have a separate.
And then the remote control turns on just like DJI, and it's a separate controller.
Yeah, what I'm saying, I don't want that. I want an integrated package, a simple integrated package.
There is a company that has it. That uses one of the function buttons on the Phantom.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I want.
I'll look for it and I'll send it to you, James.
That exists too. They both exist.
Yeah, because I saw again when I was doing all that research for the software, the modification. I found another video that was really interesting where a guy on a Phantom 4 modded it, because they're inside the Phantom 4. You have those lights. You got your 4 lights on each one of the arms that stick out. And there's actually different color lights that it will send a signal, because one signal is like red, one's green, one's amber, all these different kind of signals. Well, and they pick up off of a sensor, off of things inside the motherboard that's inside. But you can actually, through the controller, if you know how to set it up, and this guy obviously did because he showed it, and he put a drop mechanism on there where he took a wire and he connected to one of the chips.
That's how I want it. That was they asked you what you would do with it. Chris asked what I do. I said I'd do like the Caddyshack thing. I had these really annoying neighbors. They still have them. I was gonna drop a baby Ruth in their pool. The drone.
So anyway, I know it can be done through one of the, but the thing is, I wish that it can be integrated into a final package when it's delivered to you. You could get that option on there, and I think DJI should recognize, because people are already doing it on their own, and right now, I don't think there's any restrictions. There's nothing that says you can't do this, because I think even the U.S. Postal Service is thinking about using this type of delivery methodology. So,
Right.
oh, my battery's going bad here. So anyway, I wish that is one of the next upgrades I wish they would integrate.
There you go.
I think that would be good.
I think there are some liability issues with having a drop device on a drone.
Well, it's like for me.
Factory.
It's like for me. I'm on the board of directors here, and often I get packages that are delivered here. I have to review, sign something on it. Then I have to go, and I don't drive the car from here to the front gate. It's maybe almost a kilometer.
Sign it and scan it and send it electronically.
Yeah. I would like to be able to do that. I would like to, well, it has to be hard copy. They have to have the original signature here.
Yeah.
I would like to attach it to my drone and just drop it off at the
yeah,
front office.
Sure you would, but I think there are liabilities and legalities and stuff that are going to prevent that from happening. Unless you're Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos can do whatever the hell he wants. I mean,
not
land,
here in the Philippines.
Yeah, you could just land maybe, and then let them take it off the drone, and then
like a courier pigeon. A courier pigeon, I think, is what Mike's thinking.
But I gotta head out, guys. I got some stuff. I gotta do for bedtime.
Good to
Mike,
see
good seeing you, man.
Mike, good to see you, sir.
Thanks,
Take
Art.
care, Mike. It's always good to see you, man.
I'll see you tomorrow then.
I'll probably see you tomorrow, Art.
You guys be talking politics for sure.
We're gonna do our columns tomorrow. So
Yep.
Nice.
And it's like you don't have to think of what you're going to talk about. It's a free gift coming every second.
Oh
in
God,
the,
yeah,
in the US.
right.
yeah, nonstop entertainment.
All right, I'll catch you guys later.
Take care.
Bye,
care,
everybody in the
Mike.
chat.
Bye-bye,
Have a
Mike.
good one.
See ya.
Yeah, what's with the not dropping the candy bar in the neighbor's pool, Chuck?
Oh, I think he was referencing, was it Candy Shack with the
Caddyshack.
Yeah.
Caddyshack, yeah.
that
You know
was
the movie with the floating baby
Oh,
Ruth
yeah.
inside
Baby
the
Ruth,
pool,
yeah.
remember?
Doo-doo.
Dookie.
Yep.
No,
Yep.
your wife is saying you wouldn't drop the candy bar in the neighbor's pool.
That was how I won the device, and then I
I
couldn't
know.
go through with it. I was afraid I'd get arrested or something because
Well, that was the one where Bill Murray, wasn't it Bill Murray? He goes
he took a
inside
bite out of it.
He takes a
and the
big
chick
bite out.
passes out. Yeah, it's a great movie.
That was funny.
That Ted
That's a
Knight in
classic.
it. It wasn't Ted Knight when he christened the boat and everything, and they broke the off the bow
Oh,
of the
there are
ship.
so many great things in that movie. Caddyshack was one of the classic comedies
Go for
of all
poontang.
times.
Nothing better than go for poontang.
Yeah, but old John Candy, doo-doo! And then that little kid, everybody evacuates the
Oh my God.
pool.
Rodney Dangerfield was in that. Remember, he had the stereo in the front of his golf club bag, playing Journey.
And the tapper coming out for the beer.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that's
'Cause
right.
they were all rich dudes. They were loaded with money at that place.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, great movie.
We're gonna have to pull that up on movie night down in the basement.
Oh, that's a
in
fun
the
one.
theater. I wait till we can finally invite people over again. Once all this, it's probably gonna be a while, but I wanted to do one of my goals of building the home theater environment down inside the basement was to invite neighbors over, and I wanted to be able to do this weekly, like a Saturday night on the weekend. Do where we choose either a classic movie, an old black and white classic movie. We do that, and also what I
Movie
wanted
night?
to do. I really like Game of Thrones. I wanted to do, and they have so many. I don't know how many seasons, like 7 or 8 seasons or something they had inside there. I don't
Something
remember.
like that.
Something like that. And I wanted, and that's really a show you really need to see on the big screen. And I wanted to do that. But look, with the pandemic, we just can't be inviting neighbors over and stuff like that. So we can't do that right
You need
now.
an outside screen.
Well,
Yeah, the big
Ness and-
inflatable screen.
Ness
By
and I
the
have
pool,
talked-
man. By the
Ness-
pool.
Oh, I see that. Oh, the blue bird's back again. The Bluebird. I see him, but he's too far.
Squirrel.
See, before the pandemic, down at our harbor down here, we have an area that they call Baby Beach, and it's where all the young kids and everything down in the area. It's for moms to bring their children down, younger kids. But there's a huge grass area over there, and during the summertime, they do have an inflatable screen that goes up.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And they have it once a week, all summer long. They'll play, family movies up there and broadcasting it out, and you just go down there and bring a blanket and sit down at the harbor and watch a movie.
Well, that's one of the things that we want to do here too. We want to have like a community get together every now and then, and I wanted to do that. I've been wanting to do the outside, the big screen, like the drive-in theater kind of a feeling, but without you bring your vehicle.
Got more
here.
wine. Steve has wine, and my glass is empty. Dude, fill me up. Can I pass it down?
Oh man,
it's in the kitchen.
So is mine. We'll probably Lori drank it all.
My coffee is so cold; it's left in the very bottom. So
yeah, that's a good thing about red wine. It's warm is okay.
Yeah,
changes the just tastes different, maybe better sometimes.
It does. That's the problem with wines. I collect wine. I've been around wines for a long time. I owned a liquor store. I've judged at fairs, wine fairs, for many, many years. And
you're in the right state.
Yeah, that's for sure in California. But it's so funny. We went to dinner one night, and this gal goes over here, and we ordered a bottle of white to start off with, a Sauvignon Blanc. And she puts it down, and then she brings in an ice bucket and sticks it in an ice bucket like you would have
shock it. You're gonna screw it up.
Champagne.
Keep that up. Keep that.
And so I go, okay, I'll let her go. So I pull it out and I set it down on the table, and we let it warm up a little bit, and then started pouring. And
I think did I get it? I got it.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I left it out.
1939.
And then
Boris Karloff is in that movie.
Lori says there's some left. Woman, bring that up here. It won't work. She won't come now. Please?
That was pretty good.
You don't even have to go to Napa. Yeah. If you love Pinot Noir, it's one of the favorite
39 movies.
Lompoc.
Yep.
We well, as Lori alluded to earlier, in Bella Vita, we found Oregon and Willamette Valley to be Pinot land.
Willamette Valley, yeah.
Oh, dude.
Pinots.
Yeah. And that's where I flew. I flew like 3 batteries of my Mavic 2 Pro at that one winery. That's where I got all my footage for my Oregon thing from Willamette. It was all there. Because that's the guy who crashed his drone. He let me fly all afternoon there, and I did. It's great. And,
Chuck,
the low light and
I don't
everything.
know if you know this, but in Napa Valley, they've got a type of wine for older people with incontinence. It's called Pinot Noir.
Pinot Noir. Okay, Chuck, here's my glass. I've got it up here for you, and just reach over and pour it.
This is just a table red because we were having we did barbecue chicken tonight, so this is just the Federalist, which is kind of a
welcome to the ArtCo Fine Wine Drying Solutions channel.
Yeah. This one was just one. It looked cute. It was in the blend section because I like to get my pizza wines for some stuff. So the blends are always good for that.
Oh, you got the sangria then?
No, this is dry. This is dry. This is not sangria crap. No.
Yeah,
I like the dry.
This waitress, she kept on. We put the bottle down, so she comes over to stick it back in. I says, "Please don't put it back." She puts it in. I go, "No, we don't want it in." She says, "But you want it cold?" I says, "No, we don't." And so I pulled it back out. I says, "Do me a favor. Go get 2 glasses." And she looked at me. She goes, "Why?" I says, "Just go get 2 glasses in your manager."
Try it both ways. Yeah.
So I poured it straight back out after it had been sitting in the ice again. Mm-hmm. And then I poured another one and I left it to the side. And I says, "I want to see your manager here." And so she got really spooked up.
Got nervous, didn't she?
I want your permission to give some instruction here on the proper temperature to serve white wine, because obviously no one else in this restaurant is doing it. And when you're piling in white wine on ice again, or they were putting them in the carafes, the chiller carafes, and I put it in there and I left it. I says, "Now taste this." And he gave me the permission. She tasted it, and he's standing off to the edge. And so I said, "Okay, now I want you to come back in a little bit." So I put my hands around the other glass and really
Warmed it up?
I mean, it frosted it. I mean, it was still frosted when I pour a little bit in. I got my hands on to bring the temperature, up a little, to raise the temperature up. And
Totally
once
changes it.
and I said, now try it. She came over and tasted it, and she goes,
Oh my God!
holy
Oh, it opened
crap.
right up. Yeah, it opened
It
right
was
up,
like
didn't
not
it?
even the same wine. And I'm going,
Yeah, that's really cool.
yeah.
Really cool how that's.
And the
Yep.
manager came over, and he goes, I watched what you did. And it was so funny. I says, no, you know what you do? I says, here, because a friend of mine sells for a couple of different wine wholesale houses. I says, you contact them. They'll come over here and give you and everybody in your staff free lessons on how to pour properly, how to serve it properly. Because I used to do it when I had the liquor store. I had one of my, when I opened it up is when it was in 1975. And if you ever saw the movie
Bottle Shock?
Sideways, where, Chateau Montelena blew out.
That was Bottle Shock. No, that was Bottle Shock. Sideways is the other one that took place in Southern Cal. That was a fun movie too, the road trip one. But
that is hilarious.
Bottle Shock's great, and that's what brought us to Chateau Montelena. Lori and I, my wife and I, went to Napa specifically to go there.
I had that. I got a chance to taste it.
No shit, that's awesome. Yeah. I hate you. I'm jealous.
We opened up the liquor store in 1975.
Yeah.
And here, so when we opened it up in the local town, San Juan Capistrano, we have the largest selection of bottled wine because everybody was bulk wine back at that time. And by the time we ended up closing, there was 738 wineries in the state of California when we closed it.
It was
Drone Views Media. Did your
I can find it.
Did that drone arrive yet? It's probably got another week or two. He's the guy that won the Tello drone.
Ooh, the Tello.
I'll be right back.
Got shipped to Ireland.
Can I share a picture on here? Is that not possible?
Yes,
you can do that. Yeah, of course.
Because Steve would get a kick out of
James
this one.
Can, you can.
But I'm not co-host, so I don't know. I think you should have elevated privileges over me.
I know. It'd be ridiculous.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that.
There it is. You see that? Steve left, didn't he?
Yeah, he'll be.
He's back.
There he is. He's
that
back.
place.
Looks like the Alamo.
That's Chateau Montelena.
Oh.
There it is, baby.
That's Chateau Montelena. Yeah, Lori and I were there a few years ago now. It's 2012 when we went.
Here you go, Chuck. Try giving that a try.
Well, I've had that. That's really nice.
Yep.
And Joel Gott actually, I think he's tied in with there's this wine called The Show.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a campy looking label. It looks like something out of the Wild Wild West, but their cab sauv is outstanding. And it doesn't matter what year it is. I think Joel Gott was tied in with them when they developed that.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that.
What happened?
He got a reaction from one of the vaccines.
Oh, that's like my wife.
I had a mild reaction from the vaccine last week. Shortness of breath.
Which one? Which vaccine did he say?
Moderna. I had the Moderna. I don't know.
Moderna? I had Pfizer, and both jabs went fine. We had it last Saturday, and
my wife on that second one, she was down for 2.5 days. Felt like crap, and knocked her down. Yikes. Temperature, fever, shake, chills, itching all over.
Yeah, that means her immune system's working overtime.
What about
there you go.
Yeah, that one. Oh, you brought me back? Yeah, that's Castillo de Amorosa. That's the one this dude, the filthy rich guy who built this, probably buddies with Jeff Bezos. He built this brick by brick. All the iron was made by a blacksmith in Italy or something. Everything was shipped in. It's all legit. It even has a torture chamber. The torture chamber is fully functional. Right down to the Iron Maiden in there. So if you ever get a chance, you go to Napa. It's a touristy place. Their wines,
That's my favorite band, Iron Maiden.
Yeah, well, they have a real Iron Maiden in there. I don't know if I can flip through to Can I flip through to it? Oh, that's us outside it. That was the barrel tasting at the castle. That was our rental. That's Andretti Winery. It's Mario's place.
Yeah.
Well,
Is that the wine that tastes
Robert
like
Moldavi.
tires?
Mondavi, Robert and Michael. I know them both. Well, not
Yeah.
Robert anymore, but Michael. I've been up the winery there many times.
That was the gondola up the top of Sterling.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, we had a really good. This is look. I mean, that's just with a cell phone. The pictures we took, but I didn't have a drone then. Oh my god, I wish I had a drone.
Where is that? Is that Sterling?
That was on the way out of Sterling. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. And it was Halloween when we were there, so that was outside the castle. A beautiful time to go to Napa is late October. It's great, and it's harvest.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and you get the change of season, the vines and the leaves on there start changing color.
yeah, and this was Lietzen. They were doing
Ledson.
Ledson, sorry.
I subscribed to him.
Yeah, the pourer there, I don't know the guy's name, but we spent like an hour and a half with the pourer guy after I talked to the owner of the Corvette, because I'm a Corvette owner too. So I was talking to the owner who was back here, like off to the right, out of my shot, out of my frame. But yeah, anyway, it's just a really good trip. It's kind of that guy's not a model.
Yeah, I almost ran off the road. We were coming back from.
That's Kundi, I think. Is it Kundi, Steve? Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, Kundi. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where they store the wine, because it's the best place to keep it. It's underground.
Keep temperatures down. Yeah.
Yeah, and the tree on top. That was in Bottle Shock. I remember a lot of the places we went to, we saw in Bottle Shock, and it was like part of our adventure was all wrapped around that. So
yeah, I was driving on the road we were coming from Mendocino, and we were cutting into Sonoma, and we're driving on the road, and I'm driving, and all of a sudden I look over, and what are you doing when you turn? You look over, what is your car? You do with the turn wheel? Almost drove off the road. I saw the castle sitting on the side of the hill. I'm going, holy crap, what a place. Turned around and went back there in the same way. We got there right at closing. As they were closing, but they opened it up. There was a couple in there that we met from Dallas, Texas. They've been buying their wine for over 5 years. They fly there twice a year to buy all the wine they're going to consume for the 6 months.
wow. Yeah. Yeah. So needless to say, we had a really, 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 really good time on that trip. That was.
I bet you did.
That was good. Yeah,
if you didn't, there's something wrong with you.
We went back again, and every time the Buffalo shipping post down at kind of the lower end of Napa, we stayed at the Garden Inn. That was home base, and the first year we went, we didn't know. Anyway, that's where we brought all our wine at the end. We had 3 cases of wine we shipped home before we flew out. Well, we flew out of San Francisco, but anyway, the next 2 times we came back, we had 3 years in a row. In October, we had to go back. I'd pick up the sheets the first day, Steve. I picked up the stack of sheets, and then every day at the end of the day, we'd get all the sheets filled out, all the bottles, and then the last day we'd have them all ready to go and bring them in, set them down. So we finally are running out, because we laid them down for a pretty long time. We had, a couple of them were down quite a while. Yeah, good. Oh my God, you got to go to Napa. Anybody who's watching this stream
Napa,
still,
Sonoma, Mendocino, and that's one thing.
It's so good.
Mendocino is kind of like an unknown area, and I've been up there back in the 70s and 80s, and my wife and I, on our honeymoon, we had gone up to a place called Little River, in a resort up there. Same Time Next Year. Did you ever see the movie Same Time Next Year? I mean, that's an old classic movie. It's where that resort is. Each building has a name. So each room is like Same Time. The other one's called Next Year, the one next to it. And everyone has it. It sits right in the redwoods on the bluff. You walk, I want to say, from our first room we were at the first time we stayed there, 20 feet. It's 100 feet straight down onto the water. I mean, it's just gorgeous. And we cut across, like I say, to go over there. But 85% of the Zinfandel produced comes out of the Mendocino Valley.
Well, we spent most of our time in Calistoga, and then we wandered over to Sonoma. And I remember when Lori and I were a lot younger, we spent a week in San Francisco in the '90s, and we did a day trip over to Napa just to explore when we were still drinking like white Zinfandel. That's what we were into back then because we were, pretty young. And we stopped at
Sutter Home.
yes, yeah, it's embarrassing. And so we were there in '97. And we went to New Bond Coppola. That was at the time. That's before Francis Ford Coppola got his own place over in Sonoma. And so we went there, and they had the wine tasting. It was like, mind you, this is '97. I think it was $20 for a tasting. We're like, what? And then it was like all these dry reds, and we're like, yeah, that kind of not us. No, we weren't ready. We weren't ready for that stuff. But the cool thing was, he had the Tucker in there upstairs. He had the Tucker because like Francis Ford Coppola would show up sometimes on property because it's his winery. Well, with the other dude. Mm-hmm. Anyway, when he moved fast, they had all this cool movie stuff in there for all these movies. Then when he moved to Sonoma, my wife and I went, and they had the Tucker out in front on a turntable, and it was just sitting there on the turntable. And we were talking to the taster about how we'd been to New Bond Coppola years ago before we were ready for all this good stuff. And he's like, well, I'll tell you a little secret because I mentioned Mr. Ford Coppola, and he's like, well, you can tell when he's here because the Tucker will be rotating on the turntable because he insists that the turntable is operating when he's here. So that's how you know when he's there. So if you are in Coppola Winery and the Tucker is rotating on the turntable, find him because the guy is awesome. Freaking one of the most awesome dudes ever in Hollywood. Yeah. Oh, I'd love to talk to him now as a really crappy filmmaker and drone pilot. I'd love to talk to him.
There's so many.
I have a newfound respect for him. Honestly, I do.
There's so many great wineries up there. It's like, there was a shirt that came out. So little time and so much wine.
Yeah, I've seen that shirt. I've definitely seen that shirt. Yep. Yeah, cool place. Now I got to get over to Italy.
If you ever want to try a really good Pinot, if you're into Pinots at all, I mean, if you were in the Willamette Valley, which they are. But
we have some pretty good ones. We shipped them home.
From Australia and New Zealand, put out quite a few really good ones. But it's called Babcock Winery. It's in Lompoc, California, which is just above Buellton, where Anderson Split Pea Soup is headquartered at.
And home of a Lompoc and home of a white collar prison.
Yeah, and Vandenberg Air Force Base right on the water.
Vandenberg Air Force Base, where they do the tests of a lot of the NASA shuttle missions.
Yeah, I think we went to Oklahoma City. Is Tento still on? Is he still on?
I don't know if he's
we found a winery outside north of Oklahoma City. I was like, really? You guys make wine here? Is it possible? And they said yes, but no, it's not possible. They just think it is. It was nothing. We didn't bring any home. Let's put it that way.
Let me go see if I have any grapes in my mini vineyard. Hold on.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, Dustin.
What doesn't James have?
You'll
What's that,
have to
Art?
visit Palisades. They've got a lot of wineries up in that area.
Where at?
Which is Western Slope, Colorado, near Grand Junction. Yeah.
Lori and I need to get back out your way, Art. We do. We have to get out there.
Oh,
I told you we'd only been there once as a couple. For like a couple of days.
Yeah, I love Dustin's comment. Boone's Farm? Yeah, Pilot Shark's Lompoc is about less than a 3-hour drive from me.
Well, I think it was Behringer in '97 when my wife and we parked the rental car and I walked and I stopped. There's video of it, in fact, because I stopped dead in my tracks because there was a brand new C5 Corvette because they came out in '97, and it was under a car cover, and I went, do you know what that is? And Lori's like, she's just like, no, that's a C5. Look at the wheels. Ooh, you grow grapes.
Well, I do, but they're not ready for picking, so they're still quite small. I don't know
What kind?
Hell, I don't know. I got it
Green
at
ones.
Mahogany Market, and I said I need give me some grape seedlings, and they.
I thought
They
wine
gave-
grapes.
Yeah,
Wine
I
grapes
don't know.
are usually very bitter, aren't they? Like off the vine, they're pretty gross.
Yeah. They are until they get ripened up.
Well, they got to
Then
get
you
really
go
ripe,
through
and then
the sugar content in it.
That's bitter.
pretty bitter.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I know.
Really?
Like well, like in Canada, they do the ice wine, and they harvest in like late January, February after they're like shriveled up with the sugar
that-
contents at the
that's-
absolute
Yeah.
max.
That started actually in Germany, and they did the ice wine, and those are usually
Yeah.
like your Johannesburg Rieslings.
They're
And then-
awesome. We have a
and
whole
then-
bunch of them from Canada.
Oh yeah, that's like log cabin syrup.
Dude,
you
it's
know?
like syrup. Yeah, it pours like syrup. It's like a late harvest, but on steroids. It's really awesome, and
But the
you can
one,
pour it over
the
ice
one you
cream.
gotta-
And
one you got to look for, and it's extremely rare. It's called Christ wine. It is the Appalachian area is certified on Christmas Eve. They come out there and certify that vineyard, and that's the only way that it can become. And then instead of just ice wine, it's called Christ wine.
wow,
Out of Germany, and my sister lived there for 17 years, and but I knew about it beforehand. She brought me back a bottle, and
Yeah,
I mean, you're talking a half pint. This is
$75 for like a little itty bitty
no,
bottle.
no. Deutschmarks back in the 80s. Let's see, yeah, in the 80s, you were almost $100 a bottle back then.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm talking about the Canadian stuff now, but I know
Yeah.
they laugh at you guys in California. By the way, no offense, but
Oh,
they
no,
laugh
I know
at you
they
guys
do.
because, like, you know what they do in California? And I was like, well, they put it in a freezer or something. He's like, yeah, they put it in a freezer. It's not the same. I was like, no, you dudes go out there in the freaking dead of winter in parkas and shit. You pull the grapes off the vines like men, and make the stuff. It's put it in a freezer. And we laugh at you guys, and then
It is, and the reason they only come in half, like in half bottles, is it takes on an average.
the yield's terrible.
It's 7
Yeah.
vines for one.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's like $100 a bottle, in U.S. dollars. When in Canada, in Canadian currency, it's really bad. Yeah. How do we get on this topic? It's my fault, isn't it? It's my fault. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You're on
I
my
say,
favorite topic.
Steve, we can take it offline, man. I'll talk wine all you want. I'd
Yeah,
love to learn
definitely.
more too, because I'm
No,
not a genius. I know just enough to be
I
dangerous.
just buy this stuff at Costco. It's like $12.80 at Costco a bottle.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
it is
the
one of
815.
best-
The 815 here is $24 a bottle in New York with all our nice taxes and stuff. Because
Yeah, I can't imagine what it would cost with the imports bringing it in over here. But S&R has a really good wine selection, very good.
Yeah.
But all the good stuff also has a really high price on it.
yeah.
I'm more
No, that's a nice
whiskey
cab
guy.
sauv. What Steve's drinking is a nice cab sauv.
I mean, for the price,
Yeah,
you can't beat it.
It tastes like $100 bottle of wine, and it's only it's under $20 or $20 or so. It's there are a lot of them out there like that. They're just like people they put their nose up to them, and it's like you're missing out. This is great wine.
One of the best things. Well, if you're familiar here with California at all, we have what they call here it's in Costa Mesa, California. It's Orange County Fair. It's held at the fairgrounds every year, and every year they put on the fair, and the Orange County Wine Society hosts all the awards. And just like any other major location with fairs and stuff like that, they have the wine, the awards of the tastings, and it's all blind tasting. This is many, many years ago. I sat there for 3 years because one of my least liked wines is Zinfandel. But I got the respect out of the head of the Orange County Wine Society. He goes, I want to put you on here because I know one thing for sure. You are going to really scrutinize that wine. And I know it's not your favorite wine. And the moment you open it up, you're going to smell the difference between the wines at that point in time. My nose and my palate are nowhere near as good as they used to be. But we had a tasting. There was a blind tasting up at San Francisco. I was sitting at the table with Michael Mondavi, Sam Sebastiani, I forget who else was there out of the big boys, and it's blind tasting. There's 389 people. The number one wine, which ended up getting picked, and I'm talking at that time, they were like $40, $50, $60, even not quite 60. They were anywhere from 30 to, say, coming at almost $50 a bottle on the high end of all the bottles that were in there for the cabs, was an Ernest and Julio Gallo limited bottling.
Gallo?
Selling for $3.
Like the gallon jug? Like the gallon jug?
You get the gallon.
No,
That's
no, no,
what
no.
I was thinking. That's what I was
Yeah,
thinking.
that's
No.
my mom used to buy the gallon of pink Catawba in New York
No,
State.
no. Regular bottling. It was called limited edition, and it was selling at the time for $3.89 a bottle. It scored 89% of the people there picked it as its number one choice. And I sat there and I looked over next to Michael Madavi, who was sitting there going, I go like this, and I chased it in because I knew what their wines were because I drank them all the time. And the same way with Sebastiani. And everybody's going, I go, no, I go, you watch. This is going to get a halo effect coming out of this. It's where one person starts to say one thing, and then everybody else is persuaded into that same concept. Kind of like politics in a way. But you went through, and then when I walked out, within 4 weeks, it was up to $19 a bottle. I'd gone out and
good
bought,
investment.
I went out and bought cases and cases and cases of that stuff when I left that seminar when I got back home.
Good move. How many Mavics did you buy with that profit take?
Mavics weren't even thought of. There were no drones back then.
Well, since you guys went to all these vineyards, and I'm sure when you go through and there's a lot of education that you get from these places. Matter of fact, my neighbor back in Charleston, he's a wine connoisseur too. But I want to know something that I want to know. I love wine, but I'm not so educated on wines as a lot of people are. What makes a difference between because wines? A lot of people think you stick a wine on a shelf in a cold room and it will last for, the older it gets, the better it gets, but that's not true. There's only certain wines that you can do that with, because eventually all wines will go vinegary. They'll go bad. They expire.
In time, yeah. They have different shelf lives.
So so my question is, maybe you know, maybe you don't. I don't. What determines the good wines that you could put on for 10 years, 12 years and sit inside the shelf, as opposed to, some wines, 2 years, and they start turning vinegary taste. What's the difference?
I'm not sure. I always ask at the winery. I always ask which ones can I lay down and which ones should I just drink today. And you can sometimes tell, like you'll drink like a Cab Sauv and you're like, wow, it's really young. You can just tell it's got like a bite to it and everything, and the tannins haven't softened, and you can kind of tell that one should be put down for a while. Be kind of without trying one and opening it, you don't really know unless somebody gives you a little bit of guidance.
Typically, it's going to be your high alcohol. There you go.
Also, I'm pissed on this medication.
Typically, James, it's going to be your cabs, your Barbera, your big reds, your
big reds, baby.
Your Barbados, your Cabernets, even Pinots can be laid out.
Meritage. Which is
I really like the hardy Merlots. Those some.
Merlot
I'm not drinking any effing Merlot. From sideways.
Merlot is actually a blending wine, is what it is, because what it does, most vineyards, unless they call out 100% of their wine, will use Merlot to a blend to take that like
it's a trade name. It's a trade name.
That harsh bite out of the wine.
Yeah.
That Merlot will be blended in with it, and it tones it down a little bit.
Well, I got to tell you, they sell a lot of blend. If you go even to the grocery stores here, SM Supermarket, Robinson Supermarket, all the big supermarket chains around here, and I'll be honest with you, I used to only be I like the bite. I like the real robust, real hardy, which is why I like Merlot so much. But I've been turned on over the past few years to the blends, the Merlot with the Cab Cab Merlot, and some of them actually have 3 blends.
Ameritage. Ameritage is a trade name for one that has part cab, part Merlot, and then there's like Cabernet Franc, I think, is the third. Yeah, that's like if they have to pay for the right to call it a Meritage. A lot of places will just Meritage. They'll say it's just a blend, a red blend, and it's the same thing though, without paying for it.
Next show is about whiskeys and bourbon.
Ooh, I like that. Let's talk booze next week too. Yeah, let's do it. I couldn't find the picture.
We've run so late here. I think it's almost time. It's going into my wine opportunity time because
and Art's going to run out of minutes. We're going to use all his minutes, and he's
right 3.5 hours.
I think you broke. I think you broke your record here today, Art. I'm looking 3.5 hours. That's
Yep.
Steve's got to.
But you know what?
What time is it there, James?
It's 10:24 in the morning.
Yeah, I was going to say it's still morning there for you.
It's still morning. It's getting close to lunchtime, and about lunchtime is when I'm going to break something open and go sit by the swimming pool and relax. It's Sunday again. This is a no project day for us here. And,
wait, did I send Steve? I sent you a friend request on Facebook, and I have been denied to date. What the hell, man?
What?
Isn't that you? They got like your center picture is a drone. You got like a little Mavic flying around, then I see a marina.
I never received a request from you.
It says I have cancel requests. I can share my screen. I've been denied. You're hurting my feelings now.
Denied.
No, it would have been
Denied.
me. I would have picked you up.
Here, I'm going to cancel it and send it again.
Yeah, send it again. I'll prove it right now.
Denied.
No.
Steve doesn't allow co-hosts on his Facebook.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's what it is. Yeah. You got to be a normal person.
And I'm drinking really cheap wine tonight too, by his standards, because this actually really is cheap wine. Oops. There, now it's in focus.
There's nothing. You were
Tony
talking
doesn't like
about
me.
James just real quickly about wine, of which wines to do. It's real simple. You go in a lot of wines I buy. We have what they call Trader Joe's.
You can't look at this either. Can't look at the puck in the bottom.
I'm familiar with Trader Joe's.
Trader Joe's.
Yeah,
Some of the best wines I've ever had in my lifetime have come from Trader Joe's. Go look for some. Buy it. If you like it, enjoy it. There's, the point about, well, yeah, I've been trained. I've taken a lot of classes. I've won awards. I've done a lot of stuff.
Classes.
That has nothing to do with it. What it all comes down to, if you like it,
that's it. Yeah.
I've seen people. Ice Cube.
We're in cahoots. What's going on here?
The problem for us over here is availability. I've done that before. I go down. I pick when I go shopping.
See, Lori, I'm going to drink it all now.
And it's time to restock the. I got a small wine chiller down in the basement. When it's time to restock it, and I select a bunch, and I usually don't select 2 of any. That way, if I like one of them, I go back and get more. But the way it works over here is what you find on the shelf today is probably not going to be there tomorrow. And I go down there, and I'm like, do you still have this? This one is that? Oh, no, we haven't had it. No. Voila. No. Oh, we don't have.
Here's what you do, James. You take a coconut, take the bucco, and then you take some of that meat and you mash it up really good and squeeze all the juice out. And then you
add rum.
Put a little bit of sugar in there.
Add rum.
That's coconut. It's called coconut cream, bucco cream. When you squeeze that all out like that.
Ooh, now you add rum.
Rum,
man.
Put a little bit of yeast and cook it and make some wine out of that.
Yeah,
coconut wine.
Yeah.
Oh, I did the other day. Remember,
pineapple wine on Maui.
I often show you when I do a blender, like a smoothie or something like that on the channel. I made a smoothie the other day, and I did it with the cashew fruit. I took three cashew fruit, and I didn't not the whole cashew fruit. Threw 3 of those whole fruits inside there. I used pineapple from the pineapples in the yard. I had some frozen from an earlier batch that I pulled up, and one of the very last bucco, a coconut that we pulled down from our last trimming of our tree. And I made one of those. And I got to tell you, That was insanely good. If the cashew fruit has a very unique taste, very unique, and you could taste it inside there. The only thing, as great as it was, the only thing I will say that was a little odd taste inside there, because I used the whole buco. I didn't squeeze, not the buco, the cashew fruit, because I didn't squeeze all the juice out of it, and put the entire thing that had the skin on the outside. It had a slight, I will say a waxy taste. You could feel on the coating on your mouth when you drank but other than that, it was good. I think that might be a new business, cashew fruit smoothie.
Ooh.
It was good though, really good.
Yeah, because you were talking about Trader Joe's.
Yeah,
one of the best sparkling wines I've ever had. Went in there. This stuff was selling for $2.99 a bottle. Went in there and I thought, well, okay,
like
you
Mad
pick
Dog
up the
2020.
But when you pick up the bottle, it was a French wine from France, which means it came from Champagne, France.
Which means it's champagne and not sparkling wine because it came from France.
On the bottom was the riddling stripe on a bottle of champagne. I don't know if you know what that is or not. It's it's painted on the bottom. So the bung of the bottle here has a white line. And when it goes through for the riddling process, which takes 2 years, it's picked up, slammed down, and turned 1/4 of a turn. And it's done that every single day for the whole entire time it's aged. Now you tell me how you can sell a bottle of wine that is still in its riddling bottle that comes from France for $2.99. We opened it up. I mean, I would have put against any $100 bottle of sparkling wine, not French champagne, and it was French champagne.
Same stuff.
So
just
I went down and
can't call it that because it didn't come from France because
I went back and bought 2 cases. Here comes this guy out with 10 cases, and he goes, Steve, well, because I knew the manager. He goes, Steve, good thing you made it in here. Says that guy just bought it up for his daughter's wedding reception. He bought 10 cases for the wedding reception. So I pour some for some friends that come over. She loved champagne. I said, so I joke, I says, yeah, I found it. It's only $29.95 a bottle. And she goes, oh my God, I'll take a case. So my friend Tom, I was talking with him and I told him what it was. He goes, tell her it's $29 and charge it. So she ends up writing me a check for the full amount of the case at $29.95 a bottle. We took the money. I gave the cash back to her husband.
Uh-oh, what happened to Chuck?
I died. Can you still hear me?
It
looked
my Sony camera shit the bed on me.
Yeah, you kind of froze. You
my
looked
eyes
like
closed.
You looked like you were sleeping. You weren't happy. You not only were you denied by Steve now, he's never going to come on and be a guest when you're on here on our show from now on.
Oh, it says battery exhausted.
You dissed him while he was talking.
No, what it was is that wine finally got to him. It was like glazed.
That's
hold on. I can switch cameras. I'll have to switch cameras to the Brio.
While Chuck is doing his technical thing of it. Anyway, I actually did, when you were talking about sparkling wines, I did a tour down in
Sony
Champagne.
has let me down.
Yeah, I did a tour in Champagne and Epernay and tour of Versailles.
It's a crappy camera now.
That whole area, beautiful part of France, really nice.
Yeah, that's one thing I would love to go do, and I haven't. I had a chance to go, and I couldn't get away because of work. There's a wine writer that used to be here in LA. He used to write for the Los Angeles Times, and Robert Balzer was his name. And his dad opened up the first individual market that was like the boutique market in all of Beverly Hills and downtown Hollywood area. And he got wine started there, but he was just a wealth of knowledge. They were able to go, and they ended up having, this is the part that killed me, dinner at Chateau Lafite Rothschild with the Rothschild family the 14 people that went were at the estate and had dinner there. And he goes, well, let's go in and, this is the story I got back after they come back. And I'm sitting there crying listening to this. He goes, oh, yeah, we picked up a bottle of the year I was born, 1953. And we opened up 2 bottles as an aperitif. I'm going, oh. At that time, when that was going on, you were talking about $800, $900 a bottle for that wine.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what the cost, the markup is now. I know when
It's ridiculous.
I lived over there for 7 years, between Germany and Belgium. But I used to go down to Paris probably about once a month. I would drive down there when we were living in Belgium, and but we would buy French wines all the time over there, and the same labels that we were buying over there that you bought in the United States. At that time, it would cost you 3 to 4 times the amount in the U.S. for the same label. I don't know what the markup is now, and I don't know what the cost is now. But the average wine that you would spend about $20 or $25 per bottle in the U.S. back in the early '90s, you would spend is about $5 a bottle over in France for the same label, same vineyard.
Well, there's like Chateau Margaux and Chateau Lafite Rothschild. They'll bring in a bunch of stuff at Costco, and they'll have our Costco here has a huge wine section compared to most other Costcos. I've seen it anywhere running between $800 to $1,400 a bottle, depending on what it is.
Oh.
Yeah.
Drone Views used to live in France. So.
He comes
So
from France.
James, did you ever
The
go to
Conad.
Strasbourg?
I didn't go to Strasbourg, but I've been to a lot of places. The way it worked for us, I was active duty military at the time over there for the 7 years that I spent there.
Right.
And I lived, it wasn't on a military installation because my job was satellite communications, and we were always in the boondocks somewhere. So we got the areas that we lived at, we got high COLA and HOLA, the cost of living adjustment and housing adjustment. But it was always extra money. So what we did is every month that we were over there, we took our extra money that we got in, and we would go to England, we would go to all over Europe, Germany, Switzerland, a lot of trips down. The real cheap trip was down to Italy, because they have a military campsite down there called Camp Darby. And we used to use that as a base. We would leave our tent set up there, and then we would go down to Rome, go to the Vatican, do the Colosseum, and all of. There's so much stuff in Italy. Just has so much stuff down there.
Oh yeah.
But no, I haven't been to Strasbourg.
Yeah, the company that I work for, our European headquarters is in Strasbourg.
Oh, okay.
You need a TDY over there.
And our Asian headquarters is in Narita, Japan.
Yeah, I think had I not retired in the Philippines, one of my options that I always kept in the back of my mind was retiring in Italy. My family heritage on my mother's side comes from Italy and Germany, grandfather and grandmother, and I've always it's just when I dream of retirement, I dream of a place that's very relaxing. Someplace.
Aren't you there? But you're there.
Yeah, I am. It's here. It's like I said. If I were not here, one of the places a secondary option would have been Italy.
Yeah.
Hey Brad, welcome to the show. Yeah, welcome to the Marathon ArtCo show.
And
Drones
foreigners can buy property in Italy. Foreigners can't buy property in the Philippines.
Unless you're married to a Filipina.
Unless you're married. Or but you can't buy land over here, but you can
buy
purchase
a
condo or an apartment in an apartment building. You can own the apartment or the condo, but you can't own the land that it sits on.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So.
That's right. So I see Will Dosovich is looking for properties down there in Batangas.
Well, he can afford it with what he's making on YouTube right now.
Nice.
There are
What?
several vloggers. There are several vloggers over here that they are so popular and so successful with their channels. You see these guys popping up buying BMWs and building these huge mansions. One of what's the guy's name? He actually got Canadian citizenship, but
Mikey Busto.
Oh, Mikey Busto, yeah, Mikey Busto.
Yeah, he's
and
building a farmhouse down in.
he's building
Cavite.
a little mansion. He's building a little mansion, very nice, with huge guest house and that's the one I make fun of. That I think he's flying the drone over my pool over here, stealing my pool design. I told you I met Mikey. Mikey and I were in a.
Yep, that's right. I saw that video.
A YouTube convention up in up north of Manila. He's was a very funny guy. Very funny guy.
Yep.
Blind Neil's in late to the party. Hey, Blind.
Yeah,
Hey,
hi,
Blind
Neil.
Neil. He's like, you guys are becoming Canadian Drone Hub. Art, you're becoming Canadian Drone Hub on 24/7. No bounds.
Yeah, Will was he was about to buy a big condo up in Manila, I think over in Makati, and it was something like in American dollars it would have been $900,000.
Well, I think he can easily afford it. He's probably one of the number one.
3-bedroom, big, huge condo. It was just.
I think Will can buy the entire apartment building.
Yeah.
I guess I'm not gonna do that till I get past. I'm stuck at 388 for subscribers right now. I guess it's gonna be a while.
I told you, Chuck.
I'm on a plateau, man. I'm at a plateau.
Just stick with it. Just stick with it.
Yep.
I know.
Right.
I always tell you that.
I'm at the plateau, though. I'm at a plateau. Just
Yeah.
keep making stuff, and maybe.
Hey,
that's
if
right.
you're having fun doing
mountain.
your content, if you're having
It's a
fun
mountain.
doing your content, and you have the people that are still there, and as long as it doesn't go down, even if it's very slow, which is what we did on our channel. It's very
The mountain.
slow.
Climb the mountain.
Yep.
Climb the mountain.
Yeah, you'll never control YouTube. They are out for money. That's all they're for.
I'm happy to help them make money. They got to help me, and I'll help them.
Yeah, but this
I need to make Francis Ford Coppola too, though. I need some pointers.
This is the point that I want to find out if we can legally do. Can we sue YouTube? Because now, for YouTube channels, which you guys are monetized, we're not.
I'm not.
They're putting advertisements on it. So if you're showing drone video, you legally have to be part 107 in order for that, because you're not being monetized, but the video is being monetized to somebody else.
Fortunately,
so
I'm
now
107.
You are violating the FAA rules.
I'm not. I'm 107. I'm good.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah.
Oh, well, get your 107. What are you waiting for? Get that done, man.
It's called work.
I was working. I studied on the weekends.
Hey, I work too, Steve.
Yeah, dude, you can do it, Steve. You're a smart guy. You can do it, man. If I can pass, anybody can pass.
So there's hope for me?
Yes. Yeah, it's doable. Remote Pilot 101's the ticket.
I've got the subscription. I've had it for
just
almost 2 years.
Oh shit, just do it. It's a great program. You just got to go through it and
it is.
Just do it.
And it's not too far from me.
I got it before Ken Heron had that discount.
That's the discount I use. I owe Ken Heron a thanks for that, because that got me Jason's discount. That helped.
Yeah. What's this about a discount?
Right. Drone Views Macadie is.
Is it Ken Heron 30 or something? I can't remember what it is.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
You just put that in there, and you it drops it down to like $99.
Yeah, it's like $100 or something, and it's lifetime. As long as Jason does it and it exists, you can go in. You can take the first exam, which is the harder of the two, and then 3 years later you take the recurrent, which is like just as much time but half the number of questions.
2 years.
Oh, 2 years. I'm sorry, 2 years. It's the wine.
And then there you go. And then the big thing about it is they have a separate course for reoccurring tests.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In fact, I heard like one of my buddies was telling me to take the recurrent now because I can get my night flight restriction lifted.
Yeah, it's Heron 18.
Heron 18, that's it. That was way off. It's off by 12.
Thank you, Dustin.
Like horseshoes and hand grenades, close doesn't count.
Almost.
Not even. Not even. Puts the lime in the coconut.
Drink it all out.
Oh my gosh!
I gotta try that. I think we should do it. Oh, Chuck,
you gotta do that.
I just want to let you know. Yesterday, I pulled the Strat off of the wall. I restrung. I cleaned it up. It actually has an active pickup in it, so I replaced the battery. And then did all the string, did all the cleaning up. So the next step is to start putting together some music.
I pulled out the mouthpiece and started buzzing in it, and then I put it in the trombone. I played it as like, why didn't I record this? Because it's terrible. So what I need to do is play some of the Chicago stuff. Like I'm gonna play it, and then I'm gonna play it again. And I'm gonna play it again. I'm gonna record it every single time with the video. Every time I play it, and I'm gonna have the progression as I get less shitty.
Yeah,
every time I play it, I get less bad.
No hurry. And I'm thinking the parts that I want to assign to brass, or basically trombone, is a bunch of little things that are complex. I want to do something like an islandy song, bum 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 da da for you. That's you. Da 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 da. That's the parts that I want you to put inside there. So
my boss plays piano. I found out on Friday that he plays piano. Yeah. But you have your wife playing piano.
No, my wife doesn't. She plays bass. She's the bass player.
Well, I have a piano player then, maybe.
Okay. Then
but he says he needs to have. He's kind of like. Remember, we're both engineers. My boss and I are engineers. So like being creative and not having written music is difficult for us. We have to follow instructions.
Well, yeah, and
like remember the cards when you did Fortran back in Fortran 77? Yeah, we need to be programmed. We need to follow, read music, and so ad-libbing and improvising. Improvising is challenging for me and him.
All right. Well, I guess while we got some new people in, I might as well tell what the big news is. The
Tell it
big
again.
News is I am going to be an advocate for the disabled in the drone community by introducing drones to disabled people, and so I'm looking for people that could donate drones,
motion controllers,
GPS drones, or FPV drones. Get them immersed into that, and because we got a couple really cool hospitals here. We've got Craig Rehabilitation Hospital that deals with brain and spinal injuries, and then we have a VA hospital, which we've got a lot of vets coming back from the Middle East that would like something like this. And also, hopefully starting next week on my next show, I will have a join button on my show or on my channel to where you can become a member of ArtCo Drone Solutions. I have 3 levels. I have the Freebirds level. And I have the Silver Eagle, and then the Golden Eagle is the highest tier. So if you'd like to be part of that, you can. And also, if you want to help out, you could leave a small super chat as well.
Super chat, or a super sticker.
Super chat. Or a super sticker.
Or a super anything.
Which would be good. Okay.
Yeah.
Art, I do have a question. How did you get the join button? I thought it had to be a lot
when you get
higher.
monetized, you get to have a join button. I've had it for
cool.
a few months, and I
Steve,
just haven't figured out what I was going to do with it.
Steve, how far off are you?
I forget what I am.
What are you at? How can you know where you are? Don't be messing.
No, I don't. Honest, I've been so busy at work. I've lost
you,
people.
TJ.
TJ is a good man.
641.
Let's get this ball going, James.
You're a lot closer than I am. You're making progress, brother.
Yeah, throw a few.
I'm gonna draft you. Can I draft your channel? I want to draft James' channel. Who am I kidding? I want to draft James.
I've lost subscribers.
We all do. I've lost them too.
But after today, I've gained some people. Yes, I do have a chip jar. So, Steve, if you could
everybody subscribe to me.
You could throw a few bucks into that.
Before I was even going to,
it doesn't hurt.
Just
subscribe.
There you go.
There's no pain. It hurts less than the coronavirus vaccine. It doesn't hurt at all. There's no hurting your arm. You just click subscribe on Covaction. It's easy.
Leave a couple bucks there, and
you can buy a shirt if you want, like this, if you want, whatever.
There you go. And
I like that shirt. That's a neat shirt.
I designed it, man. I designed this thing.
Shirt.
That's pretty crazy, isn't it?
It's very eye-catching. Very
nice
eye-appealing.
Yeah. And the colors work. Who did the color coordinate? Obviously not you. I bet you Lori did the color coordinate.
I did. I picked out the shirt colors. I did the design. This is all me. And then she has a pair of leggings, though. She has Covaction leggings that I'm waiting for her to model for me.
Yeah.
She just makes you wear that so she can find you.
My niece. I gave my niece a
She'll
purple
know where the
one.
bottle of wine is. She
I
can
gave my
spot you in a
niece
crowd.
my little niece, my little niece, she's in her 20s, but she has a purple one that she wears to school and advertises for me, which is pretty cool of her. She got that for Christmas along with a pile of cash, so bribe. Basically, here's a bribe, cash bribe, and wear the shirt.
By the way, that 200 Norwegian kroners is $24.
Wow.
Dustin's
Nice.
a good man. I know, Dustin, you're a good man. Thank you.
I need to do something. I need to start doing some live streaming.
Let's do it. We can do it. I have 1080p live stream now because Keith and I are paying for it. So
on StreamYard?
And
yeah,
James, you could sell some promo stuff, or how about PI Dreams T-shirts?
I remember I told you this. I told you the story about where I went to the same place where you do yours, and then I had the problem because I put the YouTube logo on there, and I haven't gone back. I haven't gone back and
just don't put the YouTube logo on it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
you can take that right out, and when you edit your thing,
I'm starting to take this retirement thing too seriously. I'm becoming a procrastinator. I normally have every day every day I usually have projects that I do, but lately I get up in the morning. I will tell you let me tell you, and this is a consequence of
go ahead, tell us.
I won't say that we're a successful YouTube channel. I'll just say that we have constant growth and we're doing well. I consider, but a consequence of your channel growing, the growth of it, is if you're responsible as a vlogger to your subscribers, you need to pay attention to your subscribers and your audience and the people who write to you, and people will write to you through all of the medias like Facebook, the comments on your YouTube channel, emails, if you allow your email to go out there. And what's happened for me is where I would normally start first thing in the morning, and I would start my video first thing in the morning doing a project. I get up in the morning, we have breakfast, and I open up the computer, and when I open up the computer, I feel obligated to respond to the people who support the channel. And
me too.
My inbox is full. The comment section, if you look, if it's a question, if it's just I love watching your show, or a very nice comment, I just I do the love it and the thumbs up. But I answer every single one that has a comment or a question. I do that. And believe it or not, once you start growing to a certain point, that takes up a couple hours of your morning.
Yeah, even my teeny tiny little channel. I mean, I want to reply to every single person because they matter. Because somebody took the time to watch my stuff, and somebody said, "Oh, I really liked it." And I don't care if they watched 10 seconds or 10 minutes or whatever. They took time out of their life to pay attention to something I did, and I think that's really cool. So
that's the difference. That's the difference between, I think, having a successful and maybe not so successful of a channel is your commitment to the people that come in. And in the case in point, and I kind of brought this up at the beginning of today's episode when we were talking about the difference between your channel and Greg's channel and stuff like that. I think Greg for growth, when people are making comments inside the comment section, he needs to stick to his venue, what he's talking about, but also quickly address some of the people that are doing like you do here. That's a good thing. It'll be slow growth at the beginning, but at a certain point, you're going to see
logarithmic. I expect it to go
it's going to be
logarithmic,
exponential. It will. It'll be exponential
but,
for a while.
and that should come along with as I get better doing what I'm doing. Because like this last video that I did that I put out this morning, the stuff from Oregon that I filmed 2 years ago. I mean, I was blown away. I'm like watching this footage from 2 years ago. I'm like, holy crap! Some of this stuff's really, really good. Why didn't I use this before? And so
why don't you? Did you use it?
Yeah, and I did, and it's not really long. It's like 4 minutes. And I decided I'd do a little intro first and talk about it, and then but it's super tight. I mean, it's the tightest thing I've done yet, and I'll probably look back at this in a few months and go, why did I do it that way? But right now, I'm very pleased with it. Yeah.
Well, Ness said something similar to.
Well, you're laughing, Steve, because it's true, right? You do
no. I've been one thing I do is when I'm on the live stream, I double check to make sure I'm still subscribed to everybody. They've unsubscribed me to you, Chuck.
Why do they do that? I've heard that happens.
So you got one subscriber back again.
Why do they do that? Did they do that on purpose to see if people are still watching you or something, that they throw them out?
The algorithms, if you don't go back, the best thing you can do to help anybody, when you go to somebody's first time you go to somebody's channel, like it, subscribe to it, but make a comment. The comment sticks in and they usually don't come up. I know I've watched your videos, but I don't think I've ever commented on any of your videos. And that is what'll kick the algorithm out.
That is so bizarre, because I've that's bizarre. But I still have my very first subscriber. This guy is I used to I work with
your wife doesn't count.
No, Jeff Empey. My very first subscriber is Jeff Empey. He's a guy I work with at Daikin. He's a good dude, and his son was driving like race cars at the time and minis and stuff. And anyway, he kind of got me started with YouTube. I signed up to YouTube, and he subscribed to my channel, and that's back in 2011. Imagine where I would be today if I actually had started doing vlogging in 2011. The Napa trip that I showed you pictures of, that would have been vlogged, and would have been pretty cool, because
you said you were vlogging before vlogging.
We were vlogging,
something like that. Yeah,
we were just like, we talk and we record it all and stuff. And I have Lori. Who the hell's that? Lori's is the wine. She was learning how to hula.
Lori's gonna ask you.
Yeah, that actually, I put that video up on YouTube a while ago. Like, I found all these old video 8 clips and I put them together just really quick. One is we were on our honeymoon and Lori was she's learning to hula and she's out doing it. Awesome.
Well, you brought up a topic about old material that you did at a certain point and about reintroducing it. And Ness brought up a point to me. I thought about it before, but I had at one time decided not to do it. But she recommended. She said, "Why don't you try this? Because we have a lot of video. Well, maybe not so much a lot. We have several videos from when we were doing our what I'll call professional band days, when we were in clubs and bars around the world. We played in small clubs and small bars and things like that. But we have a bunch of videos, but it's old technology. It's like 480 is what we had. And she said, why don't you do something like a blast from the past? Why don't you?
That's what I did. That's
as a
what
segment.
I did.
She asked me to do that, and I'm thinking about that right now. I'm thinking about taking some, and maybe once a month,
Here,
or
I'll,
something like that, doing and making that a segment inside. Now
Oh.
I have some of the original raw stuff, but it's back in the U.S. So I have to decide if I want to do it now. I can use the 480 that I have. It's already been edited, but it's all in 480 because that was back. We're talking about 99, 2000, 2001. When editing capability was very low to do some of
yes, it
these.
was really hard. I have
Yeah.
Oh, where is it? I'm scrolling looking for it. Where did I do this one? I'll find it. Keep talking. It's like here it is. I found it. Okay, This is a pretty personal video, but what the hell? People might get a kick out of it. Here it is.
Uh-oh. Did you get your wife's okay on this?
It's public. I mean, it's up there. Just it has like 135 people have watched it.
Oh, okay.
But
okay.
Yeah,
two
threw it out
more
there.
will watch.
But it's like, 2 more will watch it. But it's
we don't want to see the headlines. Chuck found dead. News at 11.
Yeah, there you go.
super. It's just footage from our rambling around like all these places back. Well, shit, it has like Napas in there. Remember I told you I saw the C5 Corvette. Yeah, that's in there. It's like learning the hula's in there, and the first helicopter ride. We were watching this. Lori's found this new vlogging couple that it's Tim and somebody or other. Come on, Lori, tell me who it is. You like them? The girl's cute. I'll give her that. But anyway, they've been going to all these places, and they're like what we were age-wise when we started doing all this stuff. And now they're going all the places we had already been. And we're like, why didn't we vlog all this stuff? We did all this stuff. They're like on this little teeny tiny plane flying from St. Croix to St. Thomas. I'm like, shit, we were there. And I was kidding about how the guy, like the pilot's like 6 rows up from us going like, he turns around, turns around, like, yeah, we're going to run into some pretty rough weather up ahead. You can see the storm up there through the windshield and stuff. It's like, why didn't I film any of that crap? It was awesome. They're great moments. I don't have most of it. Tim and Finn, yeah, they're really good. And they've gone to Maui where we've gone. They've done all the same stuff on Maui that we've already done, and we never vlogged it. And I'm so pissed off at myself because it's like we've done it all. I want to meet those two people. I want to talk to them. I want to compare notes. I need to collaborate with them.
You got
check out their email. Send them an email.
Shizzle. Gee.
And Tim's drone flying is okay, but mine's better. So maybe I can help him. He always points the camera down, straight ahead. And then he does crane shots. Down, straight ahead, crane shots.
You want that reveal shot as you're coming out.
I'm good at reveal shots. Everybody knows that.
Yep.
Got that down. And bridge porn. I like bridge porn too. I love bridges and trains and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try this. I've turned the audio all the way down to nothing, and so that because I don't want Art to get a copyright strike. But I would just want to show you. This is us performing at a place in South Korea it was a big Korean American cultural event. Art, do you have the? I haven't started it. It. Okay, let me see if I can find it over here and start it. Hold on. I gotta find the screen. Oh, here it is. Here it is.
You got it?
There's no audio. You have no audio, right? There's no audio.
No audio. No.
I don't want you to hear the audio. Because
you want me to show? Lori wants me to show the video.
This is somebody in the audience with a cell phone. This is only 360, but this is we have a bunch of this stuff. And that's our band, right there. We're playing. We played all over South Korea. And that's me with in the black with the hat, and that's Ness on the bass guitar in the center, and the guy to the left right there, that's J-Man, He was our Korean guitar keyboardist, and then we have a drummer. It's hard to say. Again, this is really poor video inside here, and it seems like the synchronization is real slow here. But I don't know. I don't know if it's got something to do with the streaming or what right now. But this is us doing one of the songs at one of the local events out there. But we have a bunch of videos just like this, inside clubs, outside,
Nice.
and big performances. So even though the songs are copyrighted, I don't have to monetize it. The thing is, even if I monetize it, the money will go to whoever the recording studio is. They allow you to do that now.
Yeah.
So we're thinking about pulling a bunch of these and doing something like a blast from the past and sharing that with the people.
That's what I did for 94 to 2001. Here, I'll can I share this? I think I can.
Oh, okay.
Okay, here we go. Play. So it's like there's a whole bunch goes. I'll skip ahead a little bit. That's the wedding. The guy did this really cool, like it was like 28 frames a second or something, give like that old feel.
You probably want to knock the audio out.
Oh, here, I'll turn it down. I think that's
completely.
no, it's all Epidemic sound.
You
after
gotta
that.
hit the speaker. There we go.
Yeah, but Art doesn't have Epidemic, does he?
I don't know, Art,
No,
do you
I
have
don't.
Epidemic?
Yeah, he doesn't have it.
Oh, so you can't use it. So yeah, it's the wedding, and it's like this is all super VHS, and then like when we were at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and I filmed it, and you can hear the drivers talking in the background. And then I was actually in a Hitchcock thing at Universal, so it's me acting out, like I was in that movie. There's John Forsythe saying, all kinds of shit in here. It's pretty fun. I mean, actually this one's pretty fun. Like this was San Francisco, and we were going down Lombard Street. I was like, and look at the shaky camera. It's all a handheld, the old Video 8, camera. Lombard Street. And
I don't know. I don't know how stuff like this would play out. So
and this was at the zoo. This was actually at the zoo, and the gorilla got pissed at the people next to us because they were throwing stuff at it, and it threw shit at us. On the cable car and just all kinds of stuff. It's like over the Golden Gate Bridge.
Oh yeah.
And was that might be the Space Needle. Yeah, that was a Space Needle. My first craft beer was Alaska Amber, and there's young Lori. Oh, she was hot. Then Hoover Dam.
No.
You can't say she was. Oh, you're gonna get in trouble for
hot.
that.
She's still hot, but she was super hot then. Super hot.
No.
Oh, the seagull.
Wait.
You'll learn, Chuck. You'll learn.
No, I won't. I'm helpless.
I don't think Chuck's going to be back on the show next week, Art.
Yeah.
If he is, he might have
rock.
he might have some bandages.
Yeah.
Black
Yeah.
eye.
See, she's her pissed off already. She's probably like pissed off. And anyway, yeah, it goes on, but that's my brick at the Bowling Green Museum, by the way. I still have that. That's the part that went into the sinkhole, but that we were on that spot where it's got sucked into the sinkhole.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's when I had my 2001 Corvette. We were going to this big cruising thing. There's my car, closest, the red one. There's like a million red ones, but mine was the one that was super close. Anyway, just there's Lori doing the hula. Lori learning the hula. So yeah, you should totally do it, James. That was us getting on the helicopter. Look at my camcorder. You can see my camcorder back there. Did you see that? It's the Black Sand Beach where Tim and Finn went. They were there too. But this shaky footage, unbelievable. How do we live with this stuff back then? Oh yeah, look at my camcorder. Look, there's a big block of a camcorder that I'm carrying.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, nowadays you've got this itty bitty thing, and it's fully stabilized.
Yeah, and there was no stabilization in this one because I refused to pay for the one that was stabilized was $100 more.
The stabilizer was your hand. How stable that was.
Yeah.
The one that really shows that is Ron from LR Photography. He does it when he flew up in the helicopter that time. he put his Osmo Action, clipped it on his flight suit, and you see the whole dash shaking, and that is just steady.
The action is really good. By the way, I understand that the action 2 is in the hands of some testers right now. It's out.
I've heard that too.
Coming. I wonder what it has, by the way. Do you think it has to be a bigger sensor?
Art, are you trying to go for a record today?
Yeah, I think,
We better stop.
guys, we're up on 4:15. I think it's about
I think
time.
you're running. Are you trying to run out your hours for the month? Is that what you're trying to do?
Yeah, I know. I'll probably get a notice either tomorrow or Monday saying, well, you're almost out of time. You only have... But luckily, next week is May
Fresh.
1st.
New odometer.
Yeah.
Fresh
Yep.
odometer. I promise
So-
not to do this again.
Yeah.
Well,
Alrighty,
I hope
guys. Well, thanks for... yeah?
I hope that we're able to capture something. I don't know what the weather's going to be like, but I don't know if you're aware, but we're coming on this. I don't know if it's called the new moon, blood moon, red moon. There's this crazy event because we're at the perigee where the moon is the closest. I think it's perigee. It's the closest. And I think for us, I think it's the 27th. I think it'll be the evening of the 26th for you in the U.S., but I think it'll be the 27th for us here. And we're going to try to do a video for that. If it's clear, we have a couple of guests coming over, and we're going to be doing that. So that might be a good upcoming video over. I think whatever. How many days is that? It's like just this week. I think it's this coming week.
Yeah.
Wednesday.
Today's the 24th.
So I think it's Wednesday. So that should be interesting. If we can get a good clear shot at nighttime, because that's what it's going to be.
Nice.
Okay.
Well, Art,
Nice.
thank you
Alright,
for having
guys.
me in. I appreciate it. Good to see
Well,
you,
you're
James.
welcome, Steve.
Chuck.
It's always great
Yeah.
to have you. It's been
Thanks,
a long
Steve.
time since
Yeah.
you've been on, so thank you.
Work has
And
had me
thanks
tied.
for all that wine knowledge.
Ooh, wine. My glass is
Chuck,
empty again.
Always good to have you.
Ah,
as
you
well.
son of a gun, you.
Lori, good night, Lori. Blind Neil, Pilot Shirts Hanger.
Look, she doesn't hate me because she's still awesome.
All right, everybody.
There's a painting of her on
Catch you guys next week. Hopefully, we'll have the join buttons all set and ready to go. And take care.
And maybe I'll get promoted to co-host. I don't know. We'll see.
I might be dead after Lori,
Right.
kicks the shit out
Well,
of
you
me.
might
Goodbye,
need a fill-in.
I might probably have black
There you
eyes and
go.
stuff. I'll have to wear glasses. James.
And okay,
Thanks, Art.
let's-
Take care,
Cheers.
everybody.
Peace out, everybody.
Right.